Hi there, good evening. Welcome to finals night here at the MODUS Super Series, where the penultimate place at Champions Week will be filled at the end of this evening. We've got a stellar lineup, and I'm only talking about the pundits I've got with me tonight, Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar. Welcome along, Laura. You've not been with us this week, but you've turned up for what is looking like a very entertaining finals night.
Yeah, really excited. Had to fight a fair bit of weather to get here today. It's quite wet outside, but I can't wait. I think it's going to be another exciting evening.
And Matt, there's been a storm brewing in the building this week as well, hasn't there?
Yeah, you've certainly picked the right week to turn up for this one, because we've got some players here that are doing some funky stuff this week, and good luck trying to call it in tonight. I've been struggling all week. I've been passing it over to Phil, so if I call you at any point for help, please be there, because this group are going to put us to the test.
Well, let's remind everybody what's happened this week. Starting with Group A, of course, as always, played across 3 days, Monday to Wednesday. Reece Robinson, the winner in that group, finishing 4 points above Lee Cox. Steve Brown struggling in that group in the end, but we'll go into the other players in detail. Robinson, though, the main man, and he's returned kind of the way he left last time.
Yeah, just ask him. He's the main man. He'll tell you all about it. I'm sure if we get a microphone in his hand tonight, he's going to let us all know about it. He's called himself the human highlight reel, Mr. Must-See, but then he's actually translating that onto the dartboard as well, and he's not just playing good darts, he's actually doing it in different ways, and he's actually becoming quite entertaining in the things that he's been doing. I mean, Bull 19 Bull is absolutely ridiculous, but he's pulling it off. And it weren't just that, he was doing these sort of shots throughout the whole campaign, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him tonight.
Yeah, and another thing that he's been quite sort of well known for doing is that three tops checkout as well when he's on 120. I think Jose de Sosa did it once and it broke Wayne Mardle, didn't it, in commentary that time. But expect it tonight, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would say expect the unexpected, but when it comes to kind of these big statement checkouts, Reece Robinson, he obviously just rises to that challenge. And you think both, you know, that checkout as well, especially the 119, that was to win the match. You know, it wasn't just a mid-leg, it was to win the match.
Yeah, he wants to entertain, and he will entertain. And there are plenty of other entertainers in the field tonight. We'll take a look at what happened in Group B. That was completed last night. Matt Dennant won the group. David Davis got in third. We'll talk about the drama at the end of that in a moment. But Tom Lonsdale is a bit of a rival, isn't he, for Reece Robinson?
He is, and I mean, we're going to get carried away, first of all, with what he does and the shots that he does. Bullseye, if he wants 50, he goes for it. Even if it's got 3 darts in his hand, he's going for the bullseye. He did it on a 104, he did it for a 63, going for 13 Bull. This is just his MO, and I had some communication with people from his area who said this is what he does all the time. Now, as you can imagine, it doesn't always go down the best. It didn't look like it went down well with Lee Cox last night. He looked a bit sort of angry, shall we say, with that moment. And it is one of those things that sort of would rub people up quite the wrong way once upon a time. But as the game's sort of changing, people are becoming more accepting to it. But despite all the sort of shenanigans and stumping me and making me lose words, which doesn't happen too often, but he managed to do it to me last night. What he's had here is a fantastic week.
He has, and Laura, a contrast to the other 2 players that got through, very business-like. Matt Dennant just kind of got on with it, and it seemed pretty comfortable for him. David Davis actually got through in the most dramatic fashion in the very last match.
Yeah, no, it was outstanding. And as you say, I mean, Matt Dennant didn't do anything spectacular, but just did absolutely enough to kind of top that group and make sure that he secured that place. But as you say, always drama here at the Super Series, and I've got this funny feeling there's going to be even more drama tonight.
Yeah, and we weren't short of entertainment and drama in Group C either. I will show you the table from that, played yesterday and Thursday afternoon. Scott Taylor, again, was favourite to win the group, did win the group. He's never failed to make it to finals night. But an emerging star of this week has been David Schlichtling.
Brilliant. Again, when we talk about like the debutants, we've had a couple of debutants here this week who grew into the week and got better as it went. When we look at their Group A campaign, I weren't sure we'd be talking about David Schlichting on a Saturday night. However, he raised it and went up a level for his Group C campaign, and he's actually a contender now. And when you look at what he's been doing throughout the week, he's been growing into it not just with his darts, but he's actually been enjoying himself. And when you come up here and enjoy yourself, that just produces sort of a sense of relaxation, which produces better darts.
You've got to love him, haven't you, Laura?
Yeah, just watching the reel back, and just, I love players that know where the camera is, and he is definitely one of those. But as Matt just said there, I mean, it's wonderful to see people come along and actually grow and develop, because I think he actually said himself, he really didn't see himself making it this far within the week based on how he started off. But this is what it's all about. This is what the Super Series does to players. I'm interested to see him, actually here and actually live tonight, just to kind of get a bit of that atmosphere, because he's really, really brought something special this week.
He is indeed, and he is part of our finals night lineup on debut here at the Super Series. So Schlichting, the Group C runner-up, going from right to left. Scott Taylor winning that group. David Davis, Tom Lonsdale, Matthew Dennant and Rhys Robinson, our finals lineup. I think the best thing to do is to look at the groups, because the way that these have panned out, we've got some very contrasting groups tonight, haven't we, Matt?
Yeah, we've got a group which, as Matt Dennant would describe himself, by a little bit boring, a little bit sort of just conventional and just get on with it. And that's all the 3 players there in Group 2. But Group 1, that's going to be more than just games of darts. I'm expecting things to happen in that. And I'm almost expecting the players to sort of egg each other on a little bit. Like, if Rhys goes to do one of these bullseye shots against Tom, I think he's going to try and hit one in reply. We saw that in Group A. And it's sort of like a game of pass the parcel, a game of tennis, of one-upsmanship. I think we might see that in Group 1.
But could that be a distraction and kind of result in destruction for those players?
Yeah, potentially it really could be, because, the ultimate goal, especially when it's this kind of, now we've got more of a knockout stage. I know we've got the smaller round robins, but it feels very much more cutthroat. These players have to go up there and win their game, and some of those things, they can be distracting. And as we say, Robinson, we know he likes to entertain. We know that he wants all eyes on him. So, yeah, I can expect some kind of reaction like that. But does it cost him? Who knows? Right,
let's have a look at how the bookies see it. Here is the betting for this evening. They've gone with Rhys Robinson as favourite, but a joint favourite with Scott Taylor. Thoughts on that?
I like Scott Taylor. When Scott Taylor, what we've seen, what he's done here in the past, he's made a final here twice before, and he's not going to be playing any shenanigans. He's going to get up there and try and play the best darts he possibly can. He's not going to be calling himself the human highlight reel or Mr. Must See or any of these different things. He's going to be up here to be Mr. Week 11 champion and get himself through the Champions Week once again. I do think that we're going to see a critical mistake at some point from one of the players tonight.
Is that something that you think might happen as well? And we'll see. I mean, we asked Matthew Dennant last night. He said, Mr. Sensible, head down. That's the way to get it done.
Yeah, and I do agree. I think, the way that the groups are set up, potentially we can see, like you say, a few mistakes. And these players have got the potential, but we've seen it all over this series, especially, different players have come and they haven't been favourites. We haven't expected them to win. So, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen tonight? It could be one of the outsiders that just comes through and takes the win.
We're not going to satisfy. I'm not satisfied with that, and the viewers certainly won't be. I will be getting your predictions very, very shortly. But first of all, we'll take a look at the Modus Super Series bet builder for tonight. These are the most popular bets put together in a treble, focused on the 180 market tonight. And Lonsdale, in his 2 group games, just hit 180, 8-15, and in the middle there, Scott Taylor hit a couple of 180s, a big 180 hitter against David Davis. What do you make of that, Matt?
Well, Lonsdale is a big 180 hitter himself, and he's hit 25 so far this week, so he's pretty much hitting 1 every game. So I actually quite like that. I think that's quite a nice little play. The 180 market's been the way forward, but they've cottoned onto it now, haven't they? When we started these at the start of the week, there was 12-1, 14-1, 22-1. It's now been slashed down. They know this is a big group for 180s. I expect it to continue.
If you are going to have a bet, please do so responsibly. begamblerware.org for more information on safer gambling, and it is, of course, 18+. Right, time to get your thoughts, your predictions on this evening. What are you expecting to see, and who are you expecting to win?
Whilst I have implied that there could be a surprise, I still can't really look past. Scott Taylor for me. If you're going to put me on, put me up my back against the wall, I think, yeah, Scott Taylor.
And for you?
I think Scott Taylor beats Matty Dennant 4-2 in the final.
Right, let's give you an indication of the lineup for tonight in terms of the order of play. This is the way it will happen. So Group 1 and Group 2 will be played alternately. Rhys Robinson, David Schlichting, the first match, then to Dennant against Davis. What are the key matches for you there? Where could it be won and lost?
I think David Davies could be quite an interesting player tonight that could actually cause a few problems in that secondary group. I think the games against him are going to be vital. Now, he lost his first 3 games and he's managed to qualify, which means on form line, he's probably coming into this quite happy. He didn't know if he was actually going to be qualifying in. He went into that last game, didn't quite know what to do or to expect. He just went in it to win. And he's kind of in a bit of a free roll here because he squeezed in at the last minute.
playing the first couple of games as well, is that an advantage or a disadvantage in a group?
Yes, see, for me, I think it's a disadvantage because I like to see what players have done, because then I know you go up there to win every single game, but I don't know, there's something about kind of just joining the competition that slightly bit later. You know, no one really enjoys their first round match, but the first match is difficult. So yeah, I think I'd rather be in the position of, say, Scott Taylor, that kind of comes in later on in the session.
Just to kind of end the conversation, we've spoken about these players that have got these maverick moves on the board. You mentioned maybe a fatal mistake could happen. What kind of thing are you talking about there?
I think they might get carried away with the moment where there's an opportunity for 50 to be hit. You've got 2 darts in your hand, and rather going for the sensible play where you're going to have a bigger target or more opportunity, a bigger surface space, they might get carried away, go for the ball, hit the 25, and sort of snooker themselves out of an opportunity. I would not be surprised to see that, especially if one of them does it against each other. Like Tom Lonsdale, Reece Robinson, if someone lays down the marker, the other one may get carried away and just try and leave it, just to say, I can do it, or I can do it better.
I'm going to make my own prediction for tonight. If we're going to put these two in one of the groups, I'm going to say you'd be in Group 1, you'd be in Group 2, but you'd win, Laura.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I'll take that, yeah.
Right, let's see who will win this evening. Plenty of excitement around tonight, and a couple of those entertainers are in action in the very first match. It is Reece Robinson, former winner on this stage, and a debut finals night appearance for David Schlichting, and Phil Bars caught up with both of them.
Reece, here we are, finals night at the Super Series. Enjoyed a couple of days off?
Not overly, no. Been a bit bored, but been looking forward to getting back here.
Look, your experience here at the Super Series could be so important this evening. The fact that you've won here before, do you think that's the case?
I'm hoping so. Yeah, I keep reminding myself last time I played one of these, I won it, so just keep thinking about that.
How would you assess your Group A? Because from the outside looking in, you were fairly dominant in that Group A.
Yeah, wins-wise, I felt dominant, but I felt a little bit flat Tuesday and Wednesday, so I wasn't too happy, but happy to get through.
We know that you a bit maverick on that hockey. Can we expect some fireworks this evening?
I don't know. I don't make the decisions until I get there, and then I'll just go for them.
Tom Lonsdale as well seems to have taken over in your vein as well, so it could be a little competition between the pair of you.
Yeah, I've seen a few cheeky ones he's done. They've been nice, haven't they? Congrats to him.
And what would it mean if you could get to your second Champions Week?
Yeah, it would mean everything. It would just mean my form's good and I'm playing well enough to be there with the best all the time, so it would mean a lot.
We've seen you produce many good things, but where is your ceiling? How high can you go?
I'd like to think top 16 in the world, or I've got the game to beat anybody in the world. It's just consistently doing it all the time.
Reece, wish you all the very best this evening.
Thank you.
David, here we are, your first MODUS Super Series finals night. How excited are you?
I'm fairly, well, excited. Not to the point where I'm starting to be nervous, but I'm happy with it. I didn't really set myself a goal, but I'm happy with reaching finals night nonetheless. And yeah, just seeing how it goes. I can still feel excited afterwards. Like tomorrow, I will definitely be excited, but still calm now.
When you look back across your 5 days of group action, how would you assess it?
I'd assess it very well. Of course, I've lost. I think I've got a positive record. I think I'm 13 and 12, if I'm not mistaken. Might be wrong on one, but I'm definitely happy with that. In the end, it's all about making finals night. It doesn't matter if you come first in Group A or second Group A and first in Group B. I've made it. And I've made it somewhat comfortably in Group C, and Group C was stacked. I'm very happy with that result.
How do you look at tonight and how do you approach it and break it down?
I just approach it like any other match, really. It's just a few of them. I've had like 25 matches now, and I'll definitely have to win 3 tonight if I want to make Champions Week, if I want to win a week. It's just... I've won 3 in a row. I've won 4 in a row this week. Why not today?
David, wish you all the very best, mate.
Thank you very much.
Well, the time for talking is over. It's time for the darts to start flying, and we have a former weekly winner here, Reece Robinson, looking to live up to his self-proclaimed aura of greatness. He's up against the lovable turtle, David Schlichting, who we've seen really emerge from his shell this week. Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner have made their way to the commentary box to describe the evening's entertainment. All yours, guys.
Thank you, Murph. And we're going to kick the action off here with the Week A champion, who, by the sounds of it, hasn't been up to too much since he won his week or his group here at the Super Series. A Thursday and Friday of not a lot, by his words. We know what David Schlichting's been up to. He's been playing darts. He's been playing some good darts in Group C, and he's really grown into this
Thank
week.
you, ladies
The
and gentlemen.
confidence
First
has
leg,
sort
it's
of
Reese to throw first. Game on.
really come to the forefront. Jack Garwood, our referee for this evening. And Mr. Must See has brought Laura Turner out this evening.
Yes, thank you. And I'm really excited to be
100.
here. It feels like, I must say this quite a lot, but it does feel like another night that could throw up a few surprises. These finals nights, they can be quite unpredictable, but totally agree with what you were saying.
60.
I think David's just been one of those players that we've just seen grown in confidence, and it was interesting to hear that he wasn't particularly nervous.
No, he's sort of played himself out of the nerves as the week's gone on.
89.
And you say unpredictable. I think we've got a couple of unpredictable players in our lineup tonight. So before we've even thrown a dart, we've got two debutants here that have found their way through. Both started in Group
96.
A. Tom Lonsdale, who is also in this group, coming through Group B. So in this group, we've got a weekly winner with two debutants. So by that, you would
140.
make Reese Robinson favourite, but not on the balance of what we've seen so far this week.
$45.
Yeah, that penultimate match of these group stages, Lonsdale taking on Robinson. And as you kind of implied and predicted, could be some fireworks in that match.
132.
Well, this is a fine start from Reese Robinson. Maybe doing nothing for a couple of days is the way forward. We should be getting our pen and paper out here, Laura, and taking some tips. So tops for Reese Robinson after
Reese
just 12
require
darts.
40. Game shot on
Fine
the
start
first
from Reese
leg.
Robinson.
Reese
No
Robinson.
messing, no faff. Takes an early lead. And it is always that danger when you win Group A, and you're sort of, for Reese
Second
Robinson,
leg, it's
who
David to
lives
throw
in Hull,
first.
and it's quite a
Game
long
on.
drive, he's not going to go home for a couple of days because the mileage is just too much. So you end up sitting around, and you probably plan to play darts, and all of a sudden you've got some time on your hands, and it's quite tricky to fill.
180.
Yeah, there you see the first 180 of the match going to David. I totally agree with what you're saying. I think the ultimate goal is to qualify through that first group. You want a top Group A, but as you say, you do leave yourself open to those couple of days where I've seen different
100.
players adopt different techniques. Sometimes players will come in, have a bit of a practice in between. Sometimes they just like to chill out and relax. But as you say, Robinson just seemed quite bored.
59.
Well, Luke Littler, our back-to-back series champion, he actually went and played local darts. He found tournaments in the area and just carried on playing.
He just can't get enough of the darts, can he, Luke?
Oh, to be 16 again, eh?
41.
Energy levels just wiped.
It was extremely different when I won a Group A. I went for a completely different approach. I ended up laying in bed virtually all day in my
92.
underpants playing Football Manager.
Yeah, that I can believe.
It didn't work out too well. I lost both games 4-0, 4-1, and off I was back up the motorway. I don't know whether that was a little noise or whether Reese Robinson was doing that.
180.
Have a look at this.
David, you
Was it Kim
require
Huybrechts who
170.
did that once? Was it against Paul Nicholson in the World Cup of Darts?
Does sound
60.
a bit like what Kim would do, but my favourite one at the moment is the kind of no-look 180. Especially when it goes wrong, because then you kind of chuckle to yourself a little bit.
$140.
Once again, Reese Robinson
David, you
leaves
require
tops after 12.
110.
We talked about the things he does, but what he's doing here is a very focused, serious job. And David Schlichting is not
54.
able to have a poke at the
Reese, you
110, so
require
it's tops
40.
again for Reese, but this time it's for a breaker throw. Tens.
30.
Well, an opportunity
David,
presents
you
itself here
require
for David Schlichting.
56.
This is an opportunity for him to hold his throw. There can be two darts at tops.
Double 10.
Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
that's a good
David
holder
Schlichting.
throw, and they're the chances that I think David's going to have to take to make any inroads against Reece Robinson.
Third leg, it's Reece to throw first.
Absolutely. I mean,
Game on.
On the balance of all things fair, the stats are the stats, the facts are the facts, and when we look at David Schlichting, yes, we've been impressed with what he's done, but he's only broken 90 average once so
85.
far this week, and he has played in every single day. You sort of feel that he'd have to be over the 90 or around the 90 to compete with someone like Reece Robinson, so he's kind of looking for a weekly
40.
best performance here in the biggest match he's played so far this week.
Yeah, we do say, don't we, darts is on the day. He's done the right things at the right time.
180.
He's got himself this opportunity in the final, but there you see Robinson, second 180 of the match for him. And okay, we're only a couple of legs in, but average just north of 110 for Robinson at the moment.
96.
He has turned up, very focused and determined. It's really interesting when you hear from Reece Robinson, isn't it,
60.
talking before a match and after the match. I know we all get really silly and boisterous once we've won a game, but it was quite subdued compared to what we've seen from Reece Robinson. There was no highlight reels or Mr.
96.
Must-See or all the nicknames he's gave himself. I called him the Apollo Creed of darts the other day because he's gave himself that many. But he did say in the interview that he feels he could reach the top 16.
100.
Quite bold.
Yeah, and I think players, you have to be confident, and you have to be confident in your own ability. You know what you can do, but as he pointed out, it is consistency.
59.
And that is the key.
Reece,
And
you require
it's
76.
now not just consistency, it's consistency at such a high level.
The consistency keeps leaving tops.
36.
A well-thrown dart. And he'll be happy when he takes a little look at the scoreboard and sees that David Schlichting is all the way back on 210, which means he'll be coming back 3 darts in hand to get that second leg on the board.
100. Reece, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Reece Robinson.
Better for Reece, who missed a handful of darts to be 2-0 up. Could have been 3-0 up in this one, but David
Fourth leg,
Schlichting,
it's David to throw first.
over
Game
to
on.
you. Can he hold on to his darts?
And we've often seen it, haven't we?
99.
Players that lose their opening match, it's a big job ahead of them anyway. But if you lose by a big, big margin, then that becomes very, very difficult. You're reliant on other players getting, the results that go in your
57.
favour.
You mentioned it at the start of the show. You don't want to be on early. Ideally, you want the other people to go up before you. And this position, I think, is the worst position of the night.
108.
Because if you lose, you've then got a long break until you come back on. But then you've got other games that can affect your night happening in between. An awful lot of time for thinking. You don't have to think too much to know that this is quality darts here from both.
And that reaction from Robertson hitting that 180
94.
after David hit his, and you can just see it. I think the confidence is definitely there. He's just trying to keep it all together, and he's got a match to win.
I liked what he said when he was asked the question about,
76.
are we going to see any
David, you
shenanigans
require
tonight? He goes, I'm not in
128.
control of that.
$96.
And I know what he means with that. There's so many times when you're playing, you'll have a celebration or a reaction to something, and you're like, where did that come from?
Almost involuntary, isn't it? Sometimes it's just that kind of
100.
pure release.
David,
That
you require 32.
Relief, almost. 88.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
fourth
we've got 2
leg.
apiece.
David Schlichting.
I think relief is probably the word I'd use for what David Schlichting's celebrations have been
Fifth
like.
leg, it's Reece to throw
Especially when he's
first.
been playing against a
Game
player
on.
with some sort of name or established talent. He mentioned about beating Andy Hamilton, a former World Championship runner-up. And he picks those moments out. So he is someone who studies this game. He wants to be a
99.
professional dart player. And he is putting that commitment forward. He is doing everything that the PDC have to offer at the moment on those secondary tours. He'll be playing in the German Super League as well, which
96.
does have qualification to the Alexandra Palace. So this would be absolutely perfect preparation if he was able to win this week. Imagine the confidence he could go into that Super League with.
60.
But I think especially when you come in as a David Chant, you come in Group A. As you say, you've had, like, you get 25 games already up on that stage. It's
60.
Money can't buy experience.
It's a crash course in darts. If you're not in the PDC, you've pretty much only exposure to this type of environment would be Lakeside, which comes around,
121.
well, at the moment, about once every 20 months.
Yeah, I've often said it in the context of women's darts. That was basically the opportunity that we had, you know, to play at Lakeside.
78.
But for me, you know, just performing all of a sudden when there's lights and cameras and, you know, that additional pressure of playing in a world championship, it kind of doesn't all come together because you're just not quite used to it.
140.
Yeah, I think it's the cameras. A lot of people talk about the crowd, but I think it's purely the cameras because they're so zoomed in and microscoped on the board that everything, even when it's not a big miss, looks like a big miss.
42. Reece, you require 81.
Unable to leave a finish, David Schlichting, so it's 6 darts here for Reece Robinson.
$65.
You need to use them all. But David Schlichting, who's had 2 maximums already in this game, could do with something quite heavy here. Because in this short format, time runs out
Reece,
very, very quickly.
16. Game shot on the 5th leg. Reece Robinson.
Go in the way of Reece Robinson. Takes that lead again. 1 leg away from a victory in this opening match.
6th leg. It's David to throw first. Game on. $97.
You talk about those cameras and kind of getting used to them and actually just playing in front of them. I think my first dart in the second round of the World Championships at the O2, I threw it off the board.
140.
That's, you know, there for history, for all time. And it's moments like that you just kind of need to be able to relax into these situations.
But it's moments
96.
like that, while ever you're playing and you're developing as a young player and you're coming through and you're getting towards the point of going to the World Championships, I remember having this conversation so many times. I wonder what my first
60.
dart at the World Championship will be. And then when you actually stood there in front of that board, it feels horrific because that's a moment you've built up in your head your whole life.
Yeah, it's
95.
like your limbs aren't quite your own. Just need to settle into it. But as you say, the Super Series just gives players that opportunity to settle in.
Yeah, it is a completely different feel up there, like the board depth and perception.
140.
Something that I often talk about. Until you've played on one of these sort of stages, you can't quite understand the experience of that depth and
93.
how some boards it feels like it sticks out and others it feels like it's sucking into the wall. But this is a match opportunity that won't go for Reece Robinson, but he could leave it very handy. And he leaves it
81.
handy enough to
David, you require
force
120.
David Schlichting into a 120 finish to take us all the way. Needs the treble.
Yeah, didn't quite opt for the
60.
3 tops route
Reece,
that we would have
require
expected from
80.
Robinson, but expect 2 tops here.
It's been a sensible performance, this from Reece Robinson, despite all the fanfare and communications beforehand.
Game shot.
But it's been not just sensible,
Reece
it has been absolutely quality for Reece Robinson. Our Group A winner continues where he left off on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Here on Thursday, kicks off with a 101.44 average, 3 180s and a 4-2 victory over David Schlichting. He has got 1 foot in the semi-finals. And coming up next, we move to Group 2, where Matt Dennant takes on David Davies.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen a stunning start from Reece Robinson, an average of over 101 and a 4-2 win against David Schlichten in the Group 1 opener. Attention now turns to Group 2, and two players in Matt Dennen and David Davies, who played in the same group last night but got through in very different circumstances, and Phil Bars spoke to both players earlier.
Matty, here we are, another finals night at the MODUS Super Series, and your name is here. Is now the time to take that next step?
That's the aim. I mentioned it to Murphy yesterday. A couple of semi-finals in a row, so hopefully we can put that right today.
How would you assess your Group B? Because you were always in and around that top two. Did you always feel comfortable?
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't feel like I was playing too bad. Felt like the game was kind of there and in my control, if that makes sense.
When you look in that practice room, do you think your experience here could be key this evening?
Potentially, but in the same time, there's people who've been here first time before and won the night, haven't they? So it doesn't always make a difference. It's just who plays best on the day, because there's 6 players in there all capable of winning the night.
When you look around that practice room, who do you feel is your biggest danger this evening?
Myself. Because if the doubles go in, I've got a chance. If not, then I can do what I normally do and lose a game from a winning position. So yeah, probably biggest danger is just myself. If I play properly, I've got as good a chance as anybody.
And if you could go on and book your place in Champions Week, what would that mean to you?
To be fair, to just get the monkey off the back from not getting there yet, and then have a good go at trying to be the ultimate champion. That's what we all come for, isn't it?
Matt, wish you all the very best this evening.
Cheers, Phil. Thank you.
David, here we are, finals night at the MODUS Super Series. But first of all, how are the emotions after a roller coaster last night?
It took a while to walk home, but yeah, it was excitement really, and just a thrill to get through after the way I played.
Did you take it all in when you got home? Did you sort of like look at your numbers or anything like that?
No, I don't look at anything back, to be honest. I've done the job, I've done it, so whatever's happened. Now I'm looking forward to it today.
How do you approach this evening?
Practice this afternoon, and just take each game as it comes. I know it's a difficult night, but no, I'm here to show what I'm capable of.
After what you went through in the group, I'm guessing a slow start tonight isn't an option.
Definitely not. It wasn't an option Thursday, Friday. That's just how it panned out. So I know I'm up against it tonight, and I know I can do it.
We've seen your vault form has been sensational. Are you hoping to transfer that onto the stage this evening?
That's the plan. Whether that does happen, I don't know. But I'm here to give it all, and I'll leave everything on the stage.
And what would it mean if you could book your place in Champions Week?
Oh, massive. Just going through the ADC, to being here, I love being here. So to push on again, to win this and good Champions Week, that's the plan.
Dave, wish you all the very best this evening.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Phil.
A couple of interesting insights into the players and what's going on in their minds before this one, but I think one thing that's safe to be said is neither player give too much away. We'll delve into that in the very near future. We've got Matty Dennant, the 32-year-old from Walsall, who won Group B, and he was the favourite to do so, taking on David Davies, who's our outsider of the whole pack tonight. He was the last man to book his place here on finals night, and he did so in dramatic fashion in the very last game. He only needed 2 legs.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on!
But he ended up going on to win the match. The start of the show, Laura, Chris Murphy said this would be your group.
Yeah, I don't quite know how to take it, considering that you
100
here, but didn't you say that one work was always explosive and fireworks, and the other one was a bit boring, matter of fact? So, and that's my group.
Yeah, that was the words that was used. Yes, yes.
100.
Thanks very much. But then Chris did back it up with, saying that I would win the group, but I think that was just him being kind.
He was trying to get himself out of the quicksand, wasn't he?
Well, I think this is a very
30.
much business as usual, matter of fact. These guys are here to do a job. But saying that, Reece Robinson in that opening match really did do a good job on his opponent.
Yeah, I get as well that
78.
during the week when it's a Tuesday morning and you've got 8 games ahead of you, that you can maybe be a bit more flamboyant. You don't have that time here. It's very, very cutthroat. So if you start off with a loss, your back's up against the wall from the off. You've only got 2 matches to try and navigate yourself through to the semi-finals. something David Davies has yet to achieve, but in
137.
terms of his Super Series lifespan, he's
Matthew
flying
Require,
through the gears. He
151.
came here as an ADC qualifier not long ago, and now he's becoming a bit of a Super Series regular.
96.
And it was interesting, as you were saying before, just hearing them talking. Both of them, I mean, they know what they need to do, but almost it's going to be down to how they perform, you know, on the night. I know that sounds obvious because it's darts, but
130.
I
Matthew
do
Require,
understand it.
55.
Tops.
35.
Like Denon said in that
David
interview, the biggest
Require,
danger
56.
to his campaign is himself. Well, right now, it might be David Davies due to the misses of Matty Denon.
46.
And that has been the issue
Matthew
for
Require,
David
20.
Davies. Missed opportunities, missed doubles. You're not going to
Game
get
shot
too
on the
many
first
chances
leg,
against players
Matt
like Matty
Denon.
Denon. He's also got Scott Taylor in his group, who is the joint favourite to win. So when you have those shots, 2 darts in hand, they're going to have to go.
Second leg, it's
and
David
when we
to
look
throw
at what he's done
first.
throughout the week, he's
Game
hit
on.
23 doubles, but it's took him 103 darts to do so.
Yeah, I think even then, in that earlier interview, you just saw it was almost
87.
relief that he's made it to this position based on the start, losing those opening 3 matches in his group stages.
Did spend
93.
a bit of time with him this afternoon. Was watching the footy ball, and he was just having a casual chucky. Really, sort of textbook afternoon. Really, how to spend your time when you know you've got a game in the evening. It's one of the hardest things to do
85.
because how do you stop yourself from just sat around thinking about the evening session? Well, plenty of positive distraction whilst just having a
125.
casual throw, which I like because sometimes you get to a venue and you've got that 20-minute cold period, and then it's like, when do I snap out of it? If you can get rid of that before you get here, then it can all be business when you're here.
66. 108.
Second max goes the way of Matty Denon. We've already had 7 maximums tonight. We promised you maximums at the start of the night, and they are not disappointing.
134.
No,
Matt,
they're
you
really not.
require
There's a good visit there from
103.
Davis, but 103 here would be a break of throw for Denon.
63. David, you
A long way
require
off.
129.
Very floaty one there from Matty Denon. Options. It's one of those awkward shots, 129. You get the treble and you need another one. Most people now are going for the double 16 for tops.
79.
It's almost like the way that the
Matt,
game's
you
evolved.
require
that,
40.
it is a bigger target, but you do run the
Game
risk
shot on
of
the
missing.
second leg,
Denon
Matt
doesn't
Denon.
miss on that occasion. 2-0 up and a break of throw.
We was talking about this in the week because James Richardson, 3 darts in hand, was going tops.
Third leg, it's Matt
And
to throw first.
Twice he threw the first dart off the board.
Game
I
on.
would love that if I was playing against that and you see someone throw it off the board because you've just registered a no score.
You know, I'm very traditional, a bit old school when it comes to certain finishes. And playing the
44.
percentages, again, the 104 that we've discussed from Lonsdale, had an extra dart in hand to kind of make it easier for himself. Yes, he got it, but it can get messy.
85.
See why Murph said you'd be a group 2?
Yeah, I'll take it. I will take it.
No, I'm with you. I'd be
134.
exactly the same. I'm probably the most boring player playing darts because I do everything by the chance of what's got the best opportunity.
You're just digging yourself out of a hole there, Matt.
Yeah, I learnt from Murph earlier.
100. $140.
Well, the good news is the guy in the crowd's going to get to put his 180 card up a lot,
55.
even though he's keeps popping it up for 140s and tons. But he's doing it upside down, if that counts.
No, I'm not sure it does.
43.
But hey, as long as they're enjoying themselves.
28. Matt, you require
It's all just
140.
Slightly falling apart for David Davies.
I think what we're getting at the moment is getting just a couple of dominant performances here from the favourites of tonight, because realistically what we're looking at here is a complete split of people with experience or darting CVs against relatively new people to this sort of level.
Matt, you require
the
80.
three that we sort of expect or we've seen before. Very, very dominant performances. Reece Robinson 4-2 over Schlichting with 101 average. Matty Dennant very close to 100 himself.
60. David, you require 150.
David's trying to leave something handy, but Dennant's been
110.
pretty deadly on his doubles.
Matt, you require 20.
You always tend to hit that big shot when you feel like it's too late.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
is
third
too late
leg.
on this
Matt
occasion.
Dennant.
And it just feels like a wasted opportunity. I know James Wade traditionally talks about not wanting to waste a
Fourth leg,
180
it's
or
David
waste
to
a
throw
big shot
first.
in a
Game
leg.
on.
And that's how it's probably going to feel for David Davies. He'll probably feel his best darts was the most ineffective ones.
25.
Yeah, and just not able to kick off in this fourth leg. Davies identified that he needed to make a better start. He had that opening
180.
opportunity. Had a shot at 56 to break Matty Dennant's throw in the opening leg, and since then, just Matt Dennant's just run away with it. And there you see another 180.
This wouldn't be
47.
game over for David Davies, but it would be a very big task to come back from a 4-0 defeat in the opener.
134.
What we'd probably hope for is a result in the Scott Taylor-Matty Dennant game. He'd need Matt Dennant to beat Scott Taylor, but he's got his own job to do before then. David Davies will take on Scott Taylor.
180.
So the story is well and truly in front of us. But for Matty Dennant,
57.
a 4-0 victory, if he was to complete the job, that's kind of 1 foot in the door already.
Yeah, indeed. Davies just
140.
how much he would have loved the 180.
Matt, you
I'm sure the
require
crowd would have loved the 180.
130.
Well, they celebrated as if it were 180 anyway.
$90.
Fabulous last
David,
start
you
there from
require
Matty Dennant, which
109.
makes this 109 a must-take shot for David Davies if he's going to get anything from this match.
And again, just couldn't find it. And a loose last start once again. gives Matt
38.
Dennant a chance for the match.
Matt, you require 40. Game shot and a match.
Yeah,
Matt
and there
Dennant.
you have it. 4-0 for Matt Dennant over David Davies. Really, really strong performance. 4 out of 9 on the checkouts, 96 average there. He was touching just not a ton at a point there, Matt Dennant. But as you were saying, Matt, 1 foot in the door. And then please do join us when we see David Schlichting taking on Tom Lonsdale.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we just saw a fantastic performance from Matt Dennant, kicking off his Group 2 campaign in a fabulous, fantastic style, 4-0. The perfect way to start. David Davis will have work to do when he takes on Scott Taylor in a couple of games' time. Now, before that, in Group 1, we saw Reese Robinson average over 101 in a 4-2 success against David Schlichting. That means that Schlichting in this next game, well, he must win. If he loses, he will be the first player eliminated. But if he manages to win 4-1 or 4-0, he would actually be the first player through to the semi-final. Such are the way the permutations fold on a finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. His opponent in this game is Tom Lonsdale, a man who has been rivaling Reese Robinson for some maverick moves on that stage this week, and he caught up with Phil Bars a little earlier this evening.
Tom, welcome to the MODUS Super Series finals night. You've turned into the maverick of this week. How are you feeling ahead of this evening?
Really excited, to be honest. Coming into this week, I wasn't exactly sure how I was going to play up there, and it didn't start too great for me, but I felt confident enough, and then as the week's gone on, I've just sort of enjoyed it more and more, and hopefully people have enjoyed some of the things I've done, and hopefully it carries on into tonight.
We'll come on to that in a second, but when you left here on Wednesday, you said to me, all I wanted to do was win a game, have a ton plus average, and take out a big finish. I think you've done more than that so far this week.
I mean, if it, try not to look at it like a checklist, but yeah, I guess I have done all the things I sort of set out to do, so anything for me is a bonus, really.
Now, we've had many messages from all your friends back home about your bullseye hitting, and apparently it's a usual thing back home, but that 104 last night was a little bit cheeky, wasn't it?
Well, the day before, I missed 104 on the ball to beat Lee, and I had a couple of friends message me say, that's not the right way to go, that's cost you, this, that, and I thought, the next day I had it again, I thought, I got to do it, I got to try and put this right.
Are we going to see it the same tonight if you leave it?
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, it sort of depends how I feel in the moment, but yeah.
We saw you and Reece have some banter in your Group A campaign.
Yeah.
Same this evening?
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
And what would it mean if you could book your place in Champions Week coming through the ADC qualifiers?
Oh, that'd be absolutely amazing. I mean, I didn't really think I'd get this far, but it'd be definitely a stepping stone in the direction I want to go. So, looking forward to it.
Tom, wish you all the very best this evening.
Thank you.
That is Tom Lonsdale, your ADC qualifier for the week. A man who beat Luke Littler in the final of an ADC national event to earn his place here at the Super Series. And he's here on debut. And he's certainly grown in confidence as the week has gone on, despite what you might think from that interview. He said to Phil Bars he's been ticking things off. He wanted a big average. He's had the biggest average of them all this week, 113.43. He's had 102 as well. So we know what he is capable of. And one thing I am interested to see in this game is we've been speaking certainly before the show.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
About the ways and the routes that the players are going to go for it. Reece Robinson played it down and came out with a serious head-on. Is that the experience that Tom Lonsdale doesn't
60.
have that may see him get carried away and maybe be the player to make that potential critical mistake that we spoke about?
Yeah, quite possibly. I do agree. And
134.
still had quite an upbeat, he seemed quite chilled, but quite an upbeat kind of interview there earlier on. And I will be interested to see how it kind of all pans out when he has that big checkout in front of him, because I just think these stages, this is the final. This is far more cutthroat than what he's done throughout the week. You can kind of relax into round robin stages, and he's relaxed into the week, but now this is the business end, and we saw it from Reece, and we may see it from Tom as well.
100.
Well, David Schlichting mentioned that in his interview. He says it's okay in these groups because have a lose, and it don't matter, it's got another 4 games. You don't have that luxury tonight. In fact, David Schlichting doesn't win this game, he is out. The only way he can guarantee his qualification at this point is by winning this match by 4-1 or 4-0.
And you just feel the way that Lonsdale's
87.
been performing, the way
David,
he started
you require
here,
105.
that is a really big struggle.
Is the more likely to put in a big performance when it sort of needs to be
97.
there.
Tom, you require
Got a bit more
40.
swagger. He's also got 6 years more experience, though, than his opponent, David Schlichting.
20.
But he's not able...
David, you require 8.
...to find the first leg, and that would have been a breaker throw.
Game shot on the first leg, David Schlichting.
Yeah, and Lonsdale was completely in control of that. Looked set to break, but that was some really
Second leg,
good
it's Tom
and
to throw
critical
first.
setup play
Game
from
on.
Schlichting.
That's what he's been doing this week, leaving himself on an opportunity.
98.
And if you don't take it out, he's been mopping them up. Tom Lonsdale has just been warned.
In fairness, one of his legs that he took over in the match with Reece Robinson.
96.
Robinson had chances to go 2-0 up and left the door open. And as you say, Schlichting will take it, as we've just seen there.
44.
Now what we get to see is Tom Lonsdale came out, hit the ground running, didn't get the result, had disappointment. You don't have time to recover from disappointment
83.
in this. You can't let it weigh. You can't have that weight of disappointment. It's got to be more than ever forgotten and move on. It's not
99.
up there for an hour. You're up there for 8 to 12 minutes.
It's easy for us sitting in here because I reckon we've both been in that position where you know that you've missed this wonderful opportunity that you've carved out.
58.
You've lost the leg from a winning position. It is hard to recover sometimes.
That's where I'm coming from, that position of experience, because I've been there
45.
for about 11 years, missing opportunities and watching other people take them.
Just a little shake of the head there from Lonsdale as he came back from the dartboard. That's what we're saying. Can't let that negativity come into the match, especially at this early
40.
stage.
$140.
just getting the vibe here from Tom that he's really living every dart in the early part of this game. Not quite settled into the task. And the easiest way to get settled is just to get that first leg on the board.
What were you saying?
59. David, you require 167.
I'm trying to say something, but words aren't coming out.
Yeah, when that first dart goes in after you've kind of gone for that kind of shot.
81.
That did. I imagine
Tom,
his heart was in his
16.
mouth for that second dart there.
Game shot on the second leg.
Instantly when that first dart went in, my mind went to that line I said at the start of the show, critical mistake. I'm expecting to see it somewhere,
Third
and
leg,
the
it's
more
David
I'm
to throw
watching,
first.
the more I think it
Game
might
on.
come within Tom's game. But this is Tom's debut, and he's playing darts like this
96.
on debut. And the two players on your screen now, David Schlichting and Tom Lonsdale, have both been getting a lot of attention on
93.
social media for various reasons, and that just tells the selectors here, maybe we need to give them another shot.
82.
Yeah, not only have they both been very entertaining, not just, you know, in terms of their darts, but actually just their persona and how
100.
they've carried themselves throughout the week.
They've been able to show the personality, which is what I really like. A lot of people will sort of suppress their personality on the fear of criticism, backlash, or whatever
57.
where you want to put that. And I think we see that far too often, that people suppress their natural personality. Not these two. We're getting to really see who they are
100.
on and off the oche, and it's been really enjoyable to watch. Especially for Schlichting, you can really see what it means to him. He wants to be a professional dart player.
99.
Does have a backup plan. He's currently studying for a biology degree.
Perhaps he needs
58.
to take Matty
David, you
Dennant's,
require
nickname as the
167.
scholar.
Official nickname for Schlichting is the Turtle.
93.
Something that
Tom,
I
you
believe
require
came on
150.
the land formerly known as Twitter. Oh, fine darts from Lonsdale.
120. David, you require
Well, he had to shot the
74.
150. In the back of my mind, I was thinking he's going to go 3 balls. Tops.
$54. Tom, you require 30.
Almost felt there was too much on that. Took a lot of time to throw it.
Game shot on the third leg.
Tom Lonsdale there
Lonsdale.
takes the advantage. And that was a break of throw.
Well, the only way David Schlichting was going to guarantee his
leg,
qualification
it's Tom
in
to
this
throw
fixture
first.
was with a
Game on.
4-0 or a 4-1 win. Now that can't happen. So the attention moves from
100.
trying to guarantee his qualification to giving himself a chance and an opportunity. So now he needs to win and win as big as he possibly can to give himself any sort of hope when Tom Lonsdale takes on Rhys Robinson in the final game of this group.
140. $135.
And both players really getting into it now, visibly seeing some reactions at big scores.
$137.
This is fine darts, this from Schlichting, when you've just been broken to hit back with 4 trebles out of 6 darts.
58.
When you know you've already lost a game already. For Tom Lonsdale, this is kind of a bit of a free shot because he knows he's got another game to fall back on. Backing up your point at the start of the show
96.
where you said you'd rather not be in the first game.
$58. David, you require 128.
128 earlier on, he did go for 19s, which this seems like the more sensible route.
Will it be the sensible route for Tom Lonsdale? Because he's
84.
left the 150
Tom, you
again. I
require
think he's going to get
150.
tempted at some point. That point is not now. There's still business and job to be done.
84. David, you require
Schlichting.
44.
This may be the biggest 44 of the week.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Lovely
David
finish.
Schlichting.
Sometimes when you throw that big number and you end up either hitting on the wire or, like he did there, nearly getting into the double, sometimes as a player it can just knock you out your stride a little bit, can't it? Just sort of surprise you, and then
Fifth leg,
when you
it's
go for a
David to
much
throw
smaller
first.
target, like the double,
Game on.
it gets a bit edgy.
I think that's kind of how you can describe this game. It feels quite edgy.
And rightly so. We've got two debutantes here.
95.
Two debutantes who are representing the ADC, which
42.
stands for Amateur Darts Corporation. These are amateur dart players, but ambitious amateur dart players who want to be at things like the Super Series on a regular basis. They will be attending Q
100.
School.
It was interesting. They've been quite humble in terms of both saying they were quite surprised to make it to this
100.
stage, but somewhere underneath, especially when you're at this stage, you do start sensing that finishing line, that winning line. You do start picturing yourself at the end with a trophy and wanting that a little bit more.
See, I believe David when he says that. I think David reminds me very much of a young Dimitri Vandenberg who just thought the whole world was wonderful. But I don't believe that with Tom. I don't believe for a second he didn't expect to be standing here on this stage right now in this moment. And I don't believe for a second that he hasn't visualised
98.
a winning speech to have at the end of the night and probably rehearsed it in front of the mirror before he came out using the toothbrush as a microphone.
David, you require 152.
Maybe a hairbrush. Some form of brush.
$94. Tom, you require 128. $92. David, you require 58.
58 required here. Needs the tops.
Game shot on the fifth
Yeah,
leg.
that's a great
David
last start
Schlichting.
there from Schlichting.
Do you know what a group of turtles is called?
Sixth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
I feel like I should. Go and enlighten me.
I didn't know if it's any consolation. I had to look on Google.
140.
It's a bail. That's what we've been calling the fans of David Schlichting this week, and I think that shot would have appeased the bail.
$140. $60.
It may just open the door there. If Schlichting can do something here, a couple of trebles.
99.
Worst case scenario, he'll have the throw in the last leg, but even then, that's kind of a catch-22
60.
because then he's got to look at Reece Robinson for favours later on. This is the group that could get quite tricky to navigate. First things first, though, for Schlichting, he has to get the points on the board.
133.
There's a couple of trebles that you said he required. Leaves himself 129 after 9.
100.
And that's not
David,
a
you
nice
require
lead for Tom Lonsdale.
129.
He'd need a couple of trebles there, so Schlichting will probably be expecting to have 6 darts here. He will use the ball.
104.
That was a match dart for David Schlichting.
Tom, you
Will
require
he get more?
141.
He will indeed. 141. Not going for Tom Lonsdale.
109. David, you require
25 for Schlichting to keep himself in the mix.
21.
3 match darts. 1 at the ball,
Tom, you
2 on the
require
outer
32.
ring. Have come and gone. But it's only 1 more for Tom
Game
Lonsdale.
on the
And
sixth
that,
leg, Tom
if you're David
Lonsdale.
Schlichting, is something that really hurts. When you're stood at the back of the stage and you haven't heard that game shot be called and you've
7th
heard
and
the
final
2
leg.
darts
It's
have hit,
David to throw first.
it just really
Game
draws you
on.
into that moment and you're sort of expecting or hoping to return to the board and you've just been saying to himself, give me a shot. Well, he might earn another.
108.
But before that 180, I was going to go back to the opening leg where Lonsdale did miss some darts at the double and almost looked like he found it hard to recover. But David Schlichting, no problem there, 180. And what a time to get it.
$58. $140.
Big visit there from Tom Lonsdale, but he's still behind it at the moment. David Schlichting, that little mark next to his name indicating that he threw first, is still a big advantage, and every time he finds just one treble,
81.
he will hold that advantage unless Tom Lonsdale can fill it up.
100.
Schlichting in a really advantageous position. Just say, just that one treble makes all the
58.
difference. Can't find it, so Lonsdale does need to find a couple of trebles himself.
55.
Don't know what you think.
David,
This
you require
is nervy. This is edgy.
124.
This is what we expect when we've got two debutants who have got this far, especially when there's a position in the balance for a semi-final place.
Game shot.
And he's still in the mix. What
David
a finish. We were
Schlichting.
just talking about how it's getting a bit nervy and a bit edgy. And David Schlichting pulls out a massive finish to 1-2-4 on the bull to keep himself in and to keep his hopes alive of making a semi-final. It's all going to get a bit tricky and a little bit messy in the navigation for who's going to be going through this group. There's another game to go in this group, Tom Lonsdale and Rhys Robinson. But before then, we're going to watch David Davies take on Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to finals night here at the MODUS Super Series, where it's still all to play for after David Schlichting took out that brilliant 1-2-4 before the break there, keeping his hopes alive in Group 1. So nobody eliminated yet. That could change here in Group 2. David Davis, after losing 4-0 in his opener to Matt Dennant, would be out with defeat here to Scott Taylor, who is the last player to appear tonight, and he spoke to Phil Bars earlier.
Scott, here we are, Saturday night at the MODUS Super Series, and you're here again. How would you sum up your week so far?
Started off really well, didn't really get the results, and yesterday struggled a little bit and won all 5, so I can't complain really.
Going into that Group C, that you were the name that everyone was looking at, did you feel that pressure a little bit?
No, not really. I just know what I'm capable of, and I just needed to concentrate on what I was doing and let everyone else fight out. So I'll just get on with it really.
You've had a few near misses here. Is tonight the night that you catapult yourself into Super Series folklore?
I hope so, and I really want to go at Champions Week again. I didn't really play too good on the Championship night last time, and I really want another go, so hopefully tonight will let me get through there.
Is that still a little bit annoying that you didn't produce your best here?
Yeah, a little bit, but it is what it is. Luke was great all night when he shoot a little bit of a show. But fair play to him. Well,
speaking of that show, tonight should be the same. There's a few characters in that practice room. How's the early nerves in there and everything like that?
Oh, it's all right. I've just got to concentrate on what I'm doing. Everyone's here on their own merit, so I've just got to worry about what I'm doing.
Who's your biggest threat this evening?
Me. If I let my head play, then I'll be all right. If it don't, then it's all about what I'm doing.
Scott, wish you all the very best this evening.
Cheers.
Didn't play his best on Champions Week. The man made the semi-final, lost to Luke Littler, who went on to win the trophy. But I'm guessing he's judging himself by the standards of what he set in Series 3 when he won the week, beating Andy Bolton in the final with a 109.31 average. He'd love a bit of that right now against David Davies, who did lose our opening game 4-0 to Matty Dennant. But for Scott Taylor...
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
He's a man who's had plenty of success here. He's reached a weekly final twice. He lost to Berry Van Peer in Series 4. But for David Davids,
96.
It has to be a win. He cannot guarantee his route through himself. The reason for that is the formula to qualify is a 2 points with a positive leg difference. Because he lost the opening game 4-0 to Matty Dennant, he can only match that.
We saw it in the match before, to be fair.
58.
He did find that win that he needed to keep his hopes alive, but Davis has just got that much bigger problem, in my opinion, just because, as you say, that 4-0 loss.
Did you hear what Scott Taylor said about who his biggest opponent is tonight?
It's very Matt Dennant-esque in terms of his answer. But yeah, I can understand it.
57.
Because, again, he knows his levels. He knows what he can do. It's just all about concentrating on now and tonight and not really thinking back about what's happened before. Maybe just drawing on that experience, knowing that you can
76.
win on the stage. But it's focusing on now and looking forward.
I do think sometimes when you see what people do, and we've seen Scott Taylor hit 104.20 average this week. We know he won that week against Andy Bolton with a near 110. And you look at that and you think, how do you do that and then you go and throw a low 80s? And I think a lot of that comes down to what he
79.
said. His biggest opponent is himself. He's often battling himself because he's probably looking for perfection rather than accepting good. I can tell you now, this is a game that no one's been able to perfect.
Scott, you require 110. Game shot on the first leg.
Well, that's a
Scott
perfect
Taylor.
110. And that is a break of throw for David Davies, who's yet to get a leg on the board. And when you come to finals night, we said it earlier on, the best settler is to get a leg on the board.
Game
and
on.
the more this goes for David Davies, the more I'm going to fear that it may be a short-lived night for the Welshman.
100.
You have to say, Davies, he finds himself in a very tough group. I mean, all here on merit, but playing against Taylor and playing against Dennant, they're both playing very, very strong stuff at the moment.
135.
And he's fighting in, and there's his partner, Claire. Lovely lady. She made sausage sandwiches this morning.
180.
Ironed me shirt.
It's all right for some. It's all right for Scott Taylor. Matched Davies' 180 with a 180 himself.
30. Scott, you require
It's the follow-up,
86.
isn't it? That's where the distance and the difference between the levels is. He's ended up leaving himself on an awkward shot, but
Game shot on the
talk about
second
awkward
leg. Scott
shots.
Taylor.
What? Can you help me out with this?
This is what we were expecting from the other group.
This was
Third
supposed to
leg,
be the
it's
boring
David
group.
Tuzzo
We
first.
weren't supposed to get
Game
those
on.
flashy shots. I mean, let's break that down a little bit for a moment. That is bizarre, because when you leave that
97.
61, you're also running the risk of hitting the bullseye, because you've got a miss on the inside and on the outside. So it had to be a perfect dart with the second dart to get a shot at the
93.
double. Now, David Davies did hit the 30 before and was back on the 156. Was that maybe a bit of a statement shot there from Scott Taylor to say, I don't think you're going to hit this, I'm just going to do it how I want?
Yeah, perhaps, but I'm with you. It's bizarre because if you're going to bring the bullseye into play, still the kind of 54 route, because
96.
218s leaves you the ball, or 54 can leave you 32. So, yeah, with you.
The single 18 also gives him the option on the double 18 for the double 16. So
58.
I don't know is the answer to that one.
He's obviously not a fan of double 16.
100.
I'm a fan of any double that actually goes in when I need it to.
And amongst that was a 12 darter as well for Scott Taylor.
85.
When we talk about that high level and that high performance that he's got in the locker, he's literally unravelling it for us. And it's got to be said, the three players that we expected to be the standout performers in this lineup
43.
are really
David, you
bringing it
require
tonight.
121.
And it's a bit despondent there from David Davies. He
49.
walked back. Scott Taylor leaving himself on 169.
$99.
We'll be
David, you
back,
require
but with
72.
a higher level of urgency. It's going to be one dart at tops.
52.
The doubles that have plagued
Scott,
him
you
throughout his
require
campaign
70.
continue to be a problem. Many opportunities presenting themselves, but now a proper opportunity is going to present itself for David Davies. A slack dart from Scotty T.
30.
And how often do we see it?
David, you require
You're so
20.
confident sometimes of that single number. It should be so straightforward and just pulls it in. And David Davies just shifting over for double 10. Yeah, double 5.
15.
Yeah, more
Scott, you
disappointment on the
require
doubles for David
40.
Davies.
And it just looks like that might have been the below. Maybe the one too far.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott
He's
Taylor.
lost all 7 legs so far tonight, David Davies. And Scotty Taylor has the darts here
Fourth leg, it's Scott
to
to
make
throw
it
first.
a torrid night here for David
Game
Davies. However, let's think back to how he started his Group B campaign. He lost his first 3 matches and then went on a winning run of 4
82.
from 5. He's lost his first 3 legs. He's now got to go on a winning run of 4 legs from 4.
Yeah, but it's everything about
40.
how he's conducted, you know, how he is on the stage, just very despondent, not able to take those chances. And he has carved himself out a couple in this match. I think even Scott Taylor did not
100.
expect to be coming back to the Oki for tops to take that 3-0 lead.
So maybe we'll take this
80.
opportunity quickly, actually, because we might not see David Davies for much longer, just to quickly talk about the dart on the back of the shirt. Notice how he's got a kite flight, but he throws
93.
with pairs.
I think when we start to try and analyse the minds of dart players and what they do, especially in terms of their attire, we've seen some really strange stuff.
96.
Who knows?
At least he's got something like traditional trousers on. That seems to be the new one,
100.
doesn't it, to have?
Or shoes. Shoes seem to be in vogue. Wesley Harms got some nice sparkly shoes.
Scott Williams.
Scott Williams has got some very yellow shoes. Very yellow.
105. Scott, you
This would be
require
very
126.
qualifying. If he takes out this 126, Scott Taylor will put himself through. Knocking out David Davies, and also Matt Dennant, who is sat in the back room, will qualify. Didn't go the 19 route because he didn't have to.
90.
And then went on the ball because he wanted to.
And again, just found a route to leave himself on 36. Been kind to him this match.
140. Scott, you require 36. Game shot and
So
a
on
match.
the night of
Scott
uncertainty
Taylor.
in Group 1, there is no uncertainty here in Group 2. David Davies didn't get going tonight. He's gone down 4-0, 4-0 to Scotty Taylor and Matty Dennett, who both qualify and move through to the semi-final. They will take each other on later on in the world's biggest bullseye off. But before then, we've got Tom Lonsdale taking on Rhys Robinson.
Welcome back. A couple of group games left to go on finals night here at the Super Series, but we have sorted some things already. Matthew Edgar alongside me. We'll take a look at the results. Look, it's not been a good night for David Davis, has it? Didn't manage to win a leg. But the standout result for me, do you agree, was David Schlichting against Tom Lonsdale?
Oh, absolutely. And David Schlichting is a debutant here, as is Tom Lonsdale. And myself and Laura Turner, towards the back of that game, were saying how it was starting to get a bit nervy, a little bit edgy. And then he pulled out that 1-2-4 finish on the ball to get over the line and pick up the result. And that, for me, was a moment where if David Schlichting can still get through this group, he's going to need results to go his way, but he's still in a position to do so. And if he gets through, that moment could be something that really carries him through tonight and really gives him the encouragement to feel he can compete even further into this tournament.
Yeah, and you can see there was a different kind of reaction, wasn't it? A bit of a release of tension, maybe, rather than the sort of fun stuff that we had before.
I think that's what it's been mostly. I think it's been a relief at times. There's been the odd thing where it's sort of been a little like with Steve Brown with a wink and things, but with David Schlichting, it really does feel like it's a relief, because I think he's so engaged with this tournament. We know what his goal is. He wants to be a professional dart player. He's made that very, very clear. This is a very good stepping stone. This is the place to be if you don't have a PDC tour card. And to be successful on this stage, he's already been successful. And I think he takes stock of that as well, in the fact that he's not getting ahead of himself and thinking, I've got to win this week to feel like it's a success. But he's in a horrible position now, because he's kind of done enough to be in this, but now he's got to sit back and watch other people decide whether he's in or he's out.
Yeah, more on that in a moment. What about David Davis then? He has had a really bad night tonight. Do you think he kind of left it all on the stage in getting through in the manner that he did?
He came through at the very, very last moment. It was in the very last game. He needed 2 legs, and that relied on Lee Cox's result in the game beforehand. So there was lots of different reasons as to why he got in there. And for me, when I look back through those stats, the thing that stood out for me is he had to improve his doubling. It took him 103 darts to win his 23 legs. That's 80 missed darts at a double across 8 matches. If that was to get through tonight, or David was to get through tonight, he would really have to have improved that. And he had opportunities. Shots like 56, getting 2 darts in hand. In this field, in short groups, they have to go. And he missed all those opportunities tonight.
Right, Reece Robinson is going to play in the next game. He's not yet through. Scott Taylor is, and they were the joint favourites before tonight started. The pair of them also took on our Bullseye Challenge. Here's how they get on.
Hi, I'm Scott Taylor. This is my Bullseye Challenge.
Here's a man known for his maverick moves, his brilliance, and his penchant for the bullseye. Scott Taylor looking to be the 22 that leads the way in this competition by Cam Crabtree. He's already nailed 1 bullseye, and now he finds himself dipping in the green grass of the 25. 3 of them to be exact. He's quick, he's rapid, and he bounces out.
2.
But he recovers well. 2 25s. The clock seeps down, it ticks down. And maybe he's forcing a bit too much.
1.
Maybe a bit too much pace in there. Look at him sprint up and down. It's like watching prime Usain Bolt, but it bounces in, it bounces out like a
1.
trampoline. 10 seconds left. He's got 1 more chance. Put some swads on it, Scott.
No score.
It's not to be. We had big expectations, but he's let us all down, Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor scores 9.
I'm Reece Robinson, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
And here we are, everyone. It is the Bullseye Challenge again, and this time it is the turn of Mr. Must-See, Reece Robinson. Needs a fast start, and he's going to get exactly that.
4.
He's off to a flyer. Can he reel in Cam Crabtree at the top of the table? Wild there. Adjusts well.
2.
Just think he might have to speed up a little bit here. Time is of the essence. Needs 1 here. Can he add another? Yes, he can.
4.
Some clutch bullseye from Robinson here. That looks perfect. Not used the guide.
2.
Time's running out here. Come on, Reese. What have you got in the locker? Needs one here, minimum.
No score.
Disaster. Needs to find something big. Only
2.
one bullseye.
Reese Robinson scores 14.
Yeah, you would think Reese Robinson would hit more balls than that. Think you can do better? Well, you can get involved. Just tweet in at MSS Darts your attempts. Record yourself doing the Bullseye Challenge. Hashtag Bullseye Challenge. And we will have a look and see if maybe you might feature in one of those challenges. Matt, how do you fancy your chances at that?
Not very well. I could give it a go, but...
Oh, you will give it a go. I assure you of that. It will be happening.
Is everyone going to give it? We're going to get Durrant and Nico
Not
and
me,
everyone
not me.
Henry Deacon?
Definitely Henry Deacon, but not on that stage, unfortunately. Right, Reese Robinson, who was involved in that one, he's taking on Tom Lonsdale. Now, this could be a bullseye challenge of its own, this match, couldn't it, to real maverick players. Lonsdale, earlier in the week, was going for the bull at times when you wouldn't really normally go for the bull.
No, and I don't think we're going to see that, though, in this one. This is a much more business mind now. When we saw it earlier on in the week, 104, 63... it was in the middle of a group where you can actually lose those sort of group games, and it affects things, but you can still qualify, especially in a Group B. There's 3 positions out of 5 available in that group, so you can kind of have an off moment and it's not too effective. Tonight's effective. He's now got 1 game left in hand to book himself a place in the semi-final, and he's got to win this and buy some.
What about Reese Robinson? Can he resist going for these flamboyant shots that he goes for?
I think he does. I really do. In that opening game, we saw a very good, focused, delivered Reese Robinson who had 1 goal in mind, and that's winning. It's a completely different Reese Robinson to what we saw on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. I'd be surprised if we see Reese Robinson deter away from that, because it's business time now for Reese Robinson. There's a lot of money on the line here, £5,000 up for grabs tonight, and Champions Week is literally just around the corner. This is a great time to hit form.
Just to clear things up in terms of what he needs to do, Reese Robinson needs 2 legs to qualify. Of course, Tom Lonsdale needs to win this match. Otherwise, he would be out. Schlichting and Robinson could go through. But if Robinson loses 4-0 or 4-1, it will be Lonsdale going through with David Schlichting. Mentality-wise, is it worth knowing that, not knowing that?
Well, I've just heard it all, and I'm thinking, I wish I had pen and paper so I could have wrote all that down. So I'm sure the viewers will be rewinding to get to that point. And that's the problem that you've got as a player. Too many different things. The only thing you need to do is win. No one goes up there to do anything but win 4-0. No one has a plan to go, I'm going to go try and win 4-3 in this game. Everyone wants to win every single leg that they play, which means you'll win the match. And that's all they've got to do in this. We saw it from David Davies yesterday. He actually got told, would you like to know what needs to happen in this game? Because no, I need to win this game. That's all I need to know. And he actually only needed 2 legs, but he didn't want to know that because he didn't want a mini game within the game. That's exactly this situation. Don't make it more complicated than it is. Win and worry about it after.
Yeah, just so you know then, 2 legs needed for Reese Robinson, a victory needed for Tom Lonsdale. I'm going to let Matthew Edgar head downstairs to explain all that to Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And don't worry, Matt, I did have a pen and paper and I have written it down. But yeah, as implied, there are a few permutations and some options still to happen here in Group 1. We saw Robinson has had the match of the evening, beating 4-2 in his opener, but with 101 average. And Lonsdale, he lost 4-3, so everything to play for still. But as we said, for Robinson, just needs the 2 legs. But I think, knowing how he attacked that first match and how he is as a player, nothing short of a win will be satisfactory. I'm pleased to say that Matt Edgar is back in commentary with me. Did that quite quickly there?
It is quite unusual to say you're quite pleased to see me. I've never heard that before. As I was coming back through the players' room there, I did
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
He's not involved in this game, but he's involved in the outcome. And he was trying to work it all out. I think he's got it bang on. I think
60.
he knows exactly what is needed. I think he knew it better than I did.
Well, that's it. He's still invested. He's still got a chance to come through. So
84.
I can tell you he's pulled up a chair and he's right in front of the monitor watching every single moment here.
140.
He's just become member number 1 in the Reece Robinson fan club.
100.
And it is a strange feeling, isn't it, when you actually have to rely on someone else to kind of do the work for you now. You've done as much as you can.
100.
It's a horrible position. And this is what partners and family and friends go through when you play. I know you've got a partner yourself, but it's horrific watching your partner play. But it's worth watching them play than yourself.
Absolutely. We were both at the same World Championships last year, and although, you know, it's nerve-wracking playing, yeah, you're totally right.
96.
Watching, it's gut-wrenching. It's not fun.
I suppose it's just that when you're playing, you're in control of it, and you know how you feel, and you feel like you can get yourself out of it, where
60.
watching someone else,
Yeah. Tom, you require 105.
Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Fine start from Tom Lonsdale. And what I'm liking here from these debutant players, David Schlichting, Tom
Second
Lonsdale,
leg, it's Reece to throw first.
is when they get backed
Game
into
on.
a corner, they do come out swinging and they're hitting big stuff. They're not going into their shell. No pun intended there with David Schlichting, the turtle.
45.
But they're not retreating. They're actually coming out and hitting big moments when the pressure is actually on.
95.
I don't like to use that word much, pressure, because sometimes I think it's an overused word. Sometimes, like 1-1 in a match, is it a pressure moment? But there's certainly urgency. And
125.
in this situation, there is pressure.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Pressure is just, it's
97.
a word that we use because it feels right for the situation. But you're right, it is urgency. It is just needing to get the job done.
100. $139.
Well, he's left the 170, a finish we've seen twice already this week. James Richardson taking it in Group C. And the other one was actually hit by Tom Lonsdale.
91. Tom, you require 170.
It's not going to go this time, but what can he leave on?
134. Reece, you require 140.
Lonsdale there left himself on 36 after 12.
Great
60.
opportunity
Tom, you
presents
require
itself
36.
here.
Game shot on the second
That
leg.
is
Tom
huge
Lonsdale.
for Tom Lonsdale. And potentially bad news.
Third leg, it's
David
Tom to
Schlichting.
throw first. Game on. $85.
Now, if I heard Murph right, though, because I did write it down, I heard you didn't have pen and paper, so I thought I'd write it down for you. I think a loss here of 4-0 or 4-1 for Robinson would actually mean that Robinson's out.
43.
Yes.
So there's still lots of permutations.
97. $140.
Thought he was going to tightly compact those in where you could put them in the middle of a famous mint.
100.
I think me and Chris Mason had a whole conversation at one point about the different variations. Cheerios, Haribos, lots of this.
100.
But interestingly enough, that 140 was the first 140 of the match there for Robinson.
96.
Tom Lonsdale statistically is the player who's most likely to give us a
58.
ton plus average. We've
Tom, you
had
require
4 ton plus averages so far
123.
this week, and 2 of them have been from Tom. He's currently
91.
running over 100
Reach
at the moment.
require 160.
102.63. This isn't that Reece Robinson has completely dropped off. This is that Tom Lonsdale has completely turned up.
56. Tom, you require 32.
16 dart holder throw. Needs double 8.
24. Reach, you require 104.
And this isn't easy.
It's not easy now. Pause in the shot here for Reece. Needs to find the treble. Does. Tops.
64.
That would have been a fine effort there from Reece
Tom,
Robinson, but Tom Lonsdale, 3 darts for 3-0.
Aim shot on the third leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Needed a big result and he's going for it. Reece Robinson starting to get distracted.
Fourth leg, it's Reece to throw first.
He does have the darts in this one, but as you say, you can just see in his body language he's agitated. And he's not finding those levels that we saw in the opening match.
59.
Opening match, it was 101.44 in his 4-2 victory over David Schlichting. But he's
97.
irritated at the moment. And this is a hard way to sort of snap out of. Once something bugs you, it becomes the focus of everything.
180.
Is at the moment things can turn around here for Reece Robinson.
40.
In his interview last time, he said they call him Clutch Robbo. We're going to need to see a bit of Clutch Robbo to turn this one around from 3-0.
100.
He opted not to switch on that last start. Tom is far back.
100
because he was just then.
80.
So Robinson not on a finish.
66.
Well thrown darts, but without the rewards.
$67. Reach, you require 96.
And this is where that clutch finishing needs to come. He opted double 19, double 19, but
Tom, you require 117.
Oh dear. Dart tops.
77.
That would have
Reach, you
knocked out
require
Reece Robinson.
40.
First sign of maybe a bit of nerves kicking in here for Reece Robinson, becoming aware of the
Game
situation.
shot on the fourth leg. Reece
Big
Robinson.
dart, huge moment, and he keeps his hopes alive. Tom Lonsdale, that was a match dart that would have seen him through and
Fifth
winning
leg,
the
it's
group.
Tom to throw first.
And also taking
Game
David
on.
Schlichting with him. That would have been the 2 debutants in the semi-final.
125. $45.
definitely a lot of frustration here for Reece Robinson in this match.
Yeah, I think the frustration's coming from
22.
two places, one environmental and one within himself, because the performance isn't the same and you can become very distracted by everything when that is the case.
You kind of question, how did I do it before?
180.
That's how he did it before, is he? It's in his second 180. But you kind of try and recreate what you've done before, and sometimes you can get hepped up in that thought
43.
and not what's going on in front of you.
Exactly that point. Recreate. We're not robots. Time, different paces of game, human emotion that comes with it.
47.
So hard to try and have a carbon copy replication of a good performance. And the more you try and do that, ultimately the more frustration it causes.
140.
Yeah, that one just lost a bit of the action. Just the end of his throw. Pulled it into the one, but did recover well.
just held on to the dart too long, which essentially is just trying to place them in the board.
83.
A sign of the desperation
Reece
at the moment that Reece is probably
151.
feeling. Once again,
119. Tom, you require 88.
Where Tom Lonsdale could knock Reece Robinson out of the tournament.
36. Reece, you require 32.
32 required here for Robinson.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And
Reece
this is
Robinson.
twisting and turning all sorts of different directions. We've spoke about Reece Robinson having match darts against him to knock him out of the tournament.
Sixth leg,
now,
it's Reece
our
to throw
attention moves
first.
to David Schlichting.
Game on.
He was the biggest Tom Lonsdale fan a minute ago. Now he's going to be switching allegiances and hoping Reece Robinson can turn this around. Reminds me of, you know, when
42.
a child watches a horse race for the first time, you say which one's going to win, and they'll pick the one that's in front. And then when it gets overtaken, they'll go for that one. And they'll change it like 7 times, and they go, I told you.
95.
And yes, I did win every single horse race I predicted.
42. 80.
And this is a strange one, isn't it? Because Tom Lonsdale, 3-0 up, had the opportunity for the match.
120.
And now, when you're 3-0 up, you know, one more leg. That's all you got to win. One more leg. Don't worry about it. You've got the throw. You've got to throw a couple of times. As the other player gets closer and closer, then for want of not using the word pressure, but that does tend to mount internally.
It's the hardest one to win, isn't it? That last one, especially when there's
45.
a lot riding
Reece
on it.
require 150.
And again, in a short format, you don't have a lot of time to kind of relax, to pull yourself back together.
58.
And you just see Tom Lonsdale just forcing a few things.
He is inexperienced in this sort
44.
of position. It is a new
Reece
position
require
for him. He's a
92.
debutant. He's acquitted himself very well. But his time's starting to run out now for Tom Lonsdale.
68.
And there you go. That's a sensible passage of play from Reece Robinson, because I expect a lot of us would have looked at double 18 from Reece Robinson from what we've seen. And again,
Reece require 24.
it's a different match. It's a different feeling.
Game
And
shot
now
on the
it's a
sixth
level
flag.
match.
Reece Robinson. Seventh and
This
final
group
leg. It's Tom
tables
to throw
twist and
first.
turn
Game
so
on.
much throughout this match.
59.
If Reece Robinson wins this leg, Tom Lonsdale is out.
I don't know about you, I can feel this is getting very tense, but I have no idea how David
50.
next door is feeling. But I imagine he's sweating a bit.
It's an all or nothing leg.
96.
A three-way split. Very rarely seen here at the Super Series.
And it was interesting because we had the discussion earlier that this could have been one of the groups where it was kind of all decided before we reached this stage. But
140.
I'm sure the players don't enjoy it, but I, for one, most certainly do enjoy. Just we still don't know
59.
who's guaranteed to go through. You know, the whole field.
I bet you like horror movies as well, don't you?
I do. Yeah. Suspense.
55.
Who is it going to be a horror show for? We'll find out in about the next 6 to 9 darts.
108.
What timing for Tom Lonsdale to get his second maximum of this game. Can Reece Robinson land one more
60.
blow?
Tom, you require
We
107.
know Reece Robinson is out of the equations. He's through. Oh, he's gone for it. Cheeky.
75.
Yeah, well, Robinson back on 196, okay, but still could have finished off the match there. There may be sensible route.
46.
To
Tom, you
leave
require
32 in the end.
32.
He may have some time as well with Reece back on 150. He'll feel like he's got opportunity.
16.
Well, that's
Reece
one
require
chance.
150.
Will he get another?
Yeah, he will. So Tom Lonsdale needs
76. Tom, you require 16. Game shot and the
And
match.
there you see it.
Tom Lonsdale.
does get double eight. So it's Tom Lonsdale who goes through with Reece Robinson into the semi-final stage. It wasn't a classic. It felt tense. It felt tight. You can see there the averages. Reece Robinson 83.95. Tom Lonsdale 85.85. But he won't care. He's done what he needs to do, and he is through to the semi-finals along with Reece Robinson. Absolutely outstanding, and commiserations to David Schlittling. Now, we've got one more match to decide Group 2, and that is between Scott Taylor and Matt Dennant.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where you just saw Tom Lonsdale book his place in the semi-finals. A dramatic game with Reece Robinson got him there, and he is talking to Phil Bars.
Tom, what a incredible 10 minutes or so it's been. Just sum that up what it was like for us.
If I'm honest with you, I was 3-0 up thinking, yeah, I got this, and then it went back to 3-0 and I thought, I'm done here. I thought I was almost half resigned, but I managed to dig in, find a 180 and hit a double at the end and get through. So yeah, I was absolutely buzzing, yeah, good.
When you were 3-0 up, did you almost relax too much perhaps?
A little bit, maybe a little bit, but I still trying every leg. Reece is a class player, so for him to win 3 legs in a row is nothing. He can just reel them off, same as what I can. So it's one of those things. And I knew the last leg it was my throw, and I thought dig in it and win it, and managed to do it. Yeah.
Reece got distracted by the crowd a little bit. Did that affect you as well?
Maybe a little bit, but I was trying to, as much as he was getting distracted, just to keep my head down and trying to focus on what I was doing. Yeah.
When you lose to David, how difficult is it to then go back in there and recompose yourself?
Really difficult, because I'm one that watches it all week, and everyone fancied Reece from the start. He won Group A and he played fantastic, and knowing you've got to beat someone like that to get through is really difficult. So it was tough, but managed to do it.
We're now 2 games from Champions Week. How does that sound, and how do you approach the next hour or so?
If you asked me that after Monday, I would have laughed at you. But now I feel quite confident, and fingers crossed it goes my way.
When you come through a game like that, do you now believe you can go on and win this?
Yeah. It's 4 players that can all do the same sort of thing. So whoever's night it is whoever's night it is, and that's darts.
Tom, wish you all the very best in the semi-final.
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, really interesting interview. Laura, it's all about opportunity here, isn't it, the Super Series? And he was saying that he didn't really think about Champions Week. Now he's 2 games away.
Yeah, and he's most certainly thinking about it now. He's played himself into this position. He played really well, but what has impressed me, especially in that last match, is how he held it all together in that deciding leg. Because when you're cruising, or you feel like you're cruising at 3-0 up, it can become very difficult to just find that last leg, and he found a way. So, kudos to him.
Speaking of Champions Week, this is the penultimate week of qualifying. All of the weekly winners so far have made it to the big week that happens in a couple of weeks' time. £20,000 on the line for the winner. Of course, no Luke Littler this time, won't be making a hat-trick, but there are some interesting names on there, including a former champion. Who leaps out for you?
Yeah, it's got to be Darryl Pilgrim, I think, out of all the names. Obviously, as you say, Conan Whitehead has won Champions Week before, but just the way that Darryl was playing, he's recently been invited to the Players' Championships, and to get a win over, no one less than Michael Smith.
Oh, just the world number 1 and world champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's obviously going to be the favourite, but there are players here. I mean, looking at that, whoever gets through tonight is going to be seeing it as an opportunity not just to win a week, but to win the whole series.
Yeah, and I think a lot of them are seeing it as opportunities, as you say, lots of debutants and some really high caliber players in there. But it's just, winning this, I think, for a lot of these players is amazing in itself. But then to go on to Champions Week, it just produces another opportunity. And we've seen upsets, we've seen debutants win this series, and who knows what happens if they can just get them. It's just getting yourself into that place and into that position.
I just wanted to ask you about the couple of players that have gone out tonight. David Davis has been here before, sort of knocking on the door. David Schlichting here for the first time this week. What can they learn from their experience tonight to maybe try and get to a Champions Week in the future? Yeah,
I think for Davis, it's just been one of those nights. I think you've just got to draw a line on it because he's doing so well in the vault, we know what a caliber, high quality player he is. It's just, I think, just chalk it up to one of those ones. But yeah, for David, as I walk through to come up to the stage, he's obviously devastated. I mean, that last match, it was a 2-way tempter, wasn't it? Because Lonsdale being 3-0 up, just needed that one leg at the right time, and then Reece Robinson looked like he was coming back, and it was just snatched away. But I don't think he would have seen himself here on finals night at the beginning, and he's played better and better. He's got used to the cameras, and there is so much he can take, and hopefully just put that into the German Super League, and we'll see him again.
Yeah, it certainly has played a big part in the story of this week, but the story is still going for Scott Taylor and Matt Dennett. The permutation's a little more simple in this one, both already through. Whoever wins will win Group 2 ahead of the semi-final. So I'm going to let Laura head back downstairs to guide you through the action where Matthew Edgar is waiting.
Thank you, Murph. Yeah, David Schlichting just sat outside the Players' Lounge at the moment, absolutely gutted with how that game went and his elimination from the tournament, but still trying to be positive and reflecting in a positive way. Still very happy with how he's played and what he's achieved this week getting through to finals day. And believe it or not, but right now he won't feel it. But that will probably be one of the best things for him and his hunger and his desire. I remember Glenn Durrant said exactly the same thing to me when I missed out on this, and it was never so true until you go and get that achievement and look back.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Schlichting goes on to have a good campaign in the German Super League. He will look back at those words with the exact fondness.
100.
But it's all about this game now. It's about Scott Taylor and Matty Dennant, two players who have qualified at the expense of David Davies, who went down 4-0 to both players respectively. And although they're both qualified, there's still something on this game, because the opportunity to win Group 2 is up for grabs, and the group winner gets to throw first in the semi-final. And in such a short format game, when we're looking at the quality that's left in the field now, that could be a massive advantage.
$97.
I think it's not just the fact of throwing first, is it? It's also the opponent. Although, you know, either way, you've got Reece Robinson or Tom Lonsdale staring at you. So
46.
There's no easy games, especially at these late stages.
A lot of this as well is just about trying to stay focused, and the last thing you want to do is come up here a bit casual, because then it's hard to snap out of being casual and trying to become serious again. You're here for 4 matches. If you are going to win this, you know you're playing 4 matches tonight, so play 4 matches as if it's last 16,
Scott, you require
quarter-final, semi,
156.
and final.
$83. Matt, you require 124.
Needs treble 18. Yeah, couldn't quite make the switch. So Scott Taylor back here for 73. Just to take
Scott,
this
you
opening
require
leg.
73.
So even in these group stages, it can be a bit of a Sessler.
53.
It's a great time to spend some time on the stage as well and just get really comfortable with it. These are 2 players that played Thursday and Friday. Ooh. Missed single for Matty Dennant, and these are the things that can become habits and can become bad habits. If you start getting into the mode of missing these, it'll also give you bad memories.
Especially something like 48, because you've got the 16 and the 8. So to put it low, you know, you always just want
you require
to play
20.
it a little bit safer.
Yeah, a lazy dart really there from Matt Dennant. We'll call it what it is.
10. Matt, you require
got away
32.
with it a bit here, and if he can convert this, he will find that break of throw that he's going to need if he's going to beat Scott Taylor.
Game shot on the first leg.
He does
Matt
find
Dennant.
it. It's a break of throw.
And it's the first leg of darts that Scott Taylor has lost.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Which also means that Matty Dennant has yet to lose a leg tonight. Imagine if you can take that into the semi-finals. Back-to-back 4-0 victories.
108!
Well, that is not a bad way to start a leg if that's what you want to do.
93.
Matty Dennant's not someone we tend to associate with one of those players that's going to regularly be up by the 100 mark. But what he does is he offers us a constant level of consistency. He did that in his group campaign as well. Daily average of 90 across both days. He's just got that real good consistent level, which
60.
They're horrible players to play because they're always there. They're always niggly. You can never just get them away.
137. Matt, you require 121.
Yeah, we've said it before, haven't we, already, that it's consistent. Consistency is key. And that for double 18.
85.
Bit of a wild one, but again, we'll be back down to 36 and just 12 darts. And Scott Taylor cannot really, he's just not finding it yet.
96.
He doesn't have a lot of time.
Matt, you require 36. Game shot on the second leg. Matt Dennant.
Time running out for Scotty Taylor. 6 legs without reply now for Matt Dennant. It's going to feel like this
Third
is
leg, it's Scott to throw
a
first.
bit easy for
Game
Matt
on.
Dennant. And we're saying about how hard tonight's going to be and how competitive. Matt Dennant's probably thinking, what on earth are you on about?
60.
Sometimes you do get those days, things just go your way. Opportunities present
96.
themselves. I'm sure he didn't think he'd be back for 32 in that opening leg. Scott Taylor obviously missing open darts at double.
And whenever you win anything, something's got to go your way where people miss doubles. We saw your name strap there as it came up, 6-time WDF champion. I bet a good majority of those titles
96.
you didn't win without an opportunity presenting itself for their opponent. At some point across the day, you would have been in a moment where it could have gone the opposite way.
135.
Yeah, 100%. But it is nice when things do go your way. It's not often enough now for me anymore, but I still just
99.
about can remember.
Think of the positives. These don't have to dust loads of trophies.
57.
That's always my excuse. I didn't like dusting.
$60. Scott, you require 152. $140.
Needed that second
Matt, you
treble on the
require
second dart.
150.
But it does look like potentially Matt Dennant
60.
may face this first leg.
Scott, you require 12.
He could lose.
We have been here before, though. And that was the outcome. That was the result.
No
Morning
score.
starts against Matty Dennant.
Matt, you
It's
require
as if
90.
he got up this morning, saw who he was about to play, ordered Scott Taylor and David Davies voodoo dolls,
shot on the third
and has been
leg,
sat
Matt
sticking
Dennant.
pins in them all day. Because now that is 7 legs without reply.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Now he's got the throw to serve out back-to-back 4-0 victories.
96.
As I said before, Scott Taylor and Reece Robinson were the two players that came into tonight as favourites, and we saw Robinson rally back from 3-0 down, but just couldn't quite beat Tom Lonsdale. Scott Taylor needs to take some inspiration and see if he can just push that one step further.
81. $126.
Yeah, great switch there from Matt Dennant. Just
99.
running
Matt,
away
you
with it
require
now.
142. $96.
When Reece Robinson was here and he won his week,
64.
the first words he said was,
Matt, you require 46.
easy work, made light work of them. Don't think it'll be that
Game
brash
shot
from Matt
and the
Dennant,
match,
but
Matt
that's
Dennant.
exactly what it's been for Matt Dennant in this group. Easy work. 4-0, 4-0. Averages of 96.97, and in this one, 92.49. He is putting down a statement here tonight in week 11, and he is a big rider going into the semi-finals for a place in Champions Week.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back. Well, it's been an interesting finals night so far. The semi-finals are now set. But Matt Dennant, before the break there, beating Scott Taylor 4-0. They were both already through, but can we read anything into that?
Nothing that we don't already know, I think, with Matt Dennant. He just quietly goes about his business. He's not one of these that's going to give you a big brash interview, big celebrations. Even if he wins this week, I don't think we're going to get too much from him in terms of an outpouring of emotion. But we know that this is what he wants to do right now. It's a perfect time to win as well, with Champions Week up on the horizon. Go into that with good form. And he mentioned in one of his interviews that he hasn't been practicing so much as of late because of different things going on in his life. So maybe he's actually finding a bit of a formula here. Maybe he's been trying too hard in the past.
Yeah, hasn't lost a leg yet. He's going to go through and play Tom Lonsdale, Rhys Robinson and Scott Taylor in the other semi. They were the favourites before the evening, so one of them is going to fall. That's going to be an interesting semi-final lineup.
It really will, and we've seen both players sort of, certainly in their last performances, show a few signs of frailties. This is going to be a great game of darts. They're both going to respect each other very, very highly. They're going to be very wary of what the other one can do. And normally that brings out the best in someone because you don't sort of get involved in the game. He's not going to be watching behind thinking, what's Reece doing or what's Scott doing? He's just purely going to be in his own game, in his own zone, and that's going to bring the best through.
Well, that's coming up very, very soon. But we're just going to turn our attention to next week when a history maker is returning to the Super Series. Yeah, Fallon Sherrock, part of next week's lineup here at the Super Series. In fact, it's the last week of qualifying for Champions Week, and she is part of a very, very strong lineup.
She is, and she's someone that normally comes here and has been doing very well recently. She's been knocking on the door of actually winning a week, and the form she's in, this could be the week she actually goes and wins it, but she's going to have to go some. She's got Martin Adams in her group there. She's got David Evans, who today's been playing on the PDC Pro Tour. He'll be coming down to join us off the back of that. Steve West, been incredible when he's been playing down here. And when we're talking about people who get a bit boisterous, we've spoken many times about who is the best player without a PDC Tour card. We spoke about Luke Littler, Andy Bartons. Steve West thinks it's him. And every time he comes here, he wants to prove that and remind us all just how good he is.
Yeah, Justin Hood, a former winner here as well. Robert Thornton, desperate to get a victory, still hasn't happened for him. But yeah, great lineup for next week. We've got 2 places left at Champions Week. One of them's going to go tonight. Give us one name. Who's it going to be tonight?
I think I'm going to stick with my original prediction of Scott Taylor. Despite the fact he's just lost 4-0 and shown a few frailties, I think he probably just didn't have the same level of engagement with that because he was already through. It was job done there, and now it's business head back on. The only danger I've got with this is just when you're trying to go through that wavy level of concentration, when you're dipping in and out, sometimes you might stay out longer than you wanted.
Absolutely. Well, those semi-finals are coming up very, very shortly indeed. Stay with us here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We'll get the action going again from 10 p.m. Or if you want to use your device for something else, like sending us tweets, X's, whatever you call them, do that and tune into Sporty Stuff TV on the big screen. We will resume the action, as I say, at 10. We'll see you then. Hello there and welcome to Saturday at the Super Series. A very warm welcome to viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. You are joining us ahead of the semi-finals of Week 11, the penultimate week of qualifying for the Series 5 Champions Week. We've had the 6 group games, we have our semi-finalists, and here is what happened.
This is an opportunity for him to hold his throw. There can be 2 darts at tops.
Double 10.
Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
that's a good
David
holder
Schlichting.
throw, and they're the chances that I think David's going to have to take to make any inroads against Reece Robinson.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Reece Robinson.
Go in the way of Reece Robinson. Takes that lead again, 1 leg away from a victory in this opening match.
It's been a sensible performance this from Reece Robinson, despite all the fanfare and communications beforehand.
Game shot
but it's been not just
Reece
sensible,
Robinson.
it has been absolutely quality for Reece Robinson. Our Group A winner continues where he left off.
Matt, you require 20.
You always tend to hit that big shot when you feel like it's too late.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
is too
3rd
late
leg.
on this
Matt Denner.
occasion. And it just feels like a
chance for the match.
Matt, you require 40. Game shot and the match.
Yeah,
Matt
and there
Denner.
you have it, 4-0 for Matt Denon over David Davies. Really, really strong performance.
Tom, you
got
require
a bit more
40.
swagger. He's also got 6 years more experience, though, than his opponent, David Schlichting.
20.
But he's not able
David, you require 8.
to find the first leg, and that would have been a breaker throw.
Game shot on the 1st leg. David Schlichting.
Yeah, and
This may be the biggest 44 of the week.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Lovely
David
finish.
Schlichting.
Sometimes when you throw that big number and you end up either hitting on the wire or, like he did there, nearly getting into the double, sometimes as a player it can just knock you out your stride a little bit, can't it? Just sort
needs the tops.
Game shot on the 5th
Yeah,
leg.
that's a great
David
last start
Schlichting.
there from Schlichting.
This is what we expect when we've got 2 debutants who have got this far, especially when there's a position in the balance for a semi-final place.
Game shot.
And he's
and
still in the
match.
mix. What
David
a finish. We were
Schlichting.
just talking about how it's getting a bit nervy and a bit edgy. And David Schlichting pulls out a massive finish to 1-2-4 on the bull to keep himself in and to keep his hopes alive of making a semi-final.
Scott, you require 110. Game shot on the 1st leg.
Well, that's a
Scott
perfect
Taylor.
110. And that is a break of throw for David Davies, who's yet to get a leg on. Lovely lady. She made sausage sandwiches this morning.
108.
Ironed me shirt.
It's all right for some. It's all right for Scott Taylor. Matched Davies' 180 with a 180 himself.
30. Scott, you require
And it's the follow-up,
86.
isn't it? That's where the distance and the difference between the levels is. He's ended up leaving himself on an awkward shot. But
Game shot on the
talk about
2nd
awkward
leg. Scott
shots.
Taylor.
What? Can you help me out with this?
This is what we were expecting from the other group.
Scott, you require 36. Game shot and
So
the
on a
match.
night of
Scott
uncertainty
Taylor.
in Group 1, there is no uncertainty here in Group 2. David Davies didn't get going tonight. He's gone down 4-0, 4-0 to Scotty Taylor and Matty Dent. Double 16.
Game shot on the 1st leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Fine start from Tom Lonsdale. 3 darts for 3-0.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Needed a big result and he's going for it.
Tom, you
set up
require
tops.
117.
Oh dear. Dart tops.
77.
That would have
Reece, you
knocked out
require
Reece Robinson.
40.
First sign of maybe a bit of nerves kicking in here for Reece Robinson, becoming aware of the
Game
situation.
shot on the fourth leg. Reece
Big
Robinson.
Dart. Huge dart, huge moment, and he keeps his hope.
Reece, you require 32.
32 required here for Robinson.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And
Reece
this is
Robinson.
twisting and turning all sorts of different directions.
Tom, you require 16. Game shot on the
And there
match.
you see it.
Tom Lonsdale.
Lonsdale does get double eight. And it's Tom Lonsdale who goes through with Reece Robinson into the semi-final stage.
Matt, you
It's
require
as if
90.
he got up this morning, saw who he was about to play, ordered Scott Taylor and David Davies voodoo dolls,
shot on the third
and has been
leg.
sat
Matt
sticking
Dennett.
pins in them all day.
Matt, you require 46.
Easy work, made light work of them. Don't think it'll be that
Game
brash
shot
from Matt
and the
Dennett,
match.
but
Matt
that's
Dennett.
exactly what it's been for Matt Dennett in this group. Easy work.
So that's what happened in the group stages, and the semi-finals are set. Commentary was provided by Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar alongside me to analyse what we've seen so far and maybe predict what that might tell us will happen in the semis and final. We'll start with Matt Dennett because he hasn't dropped a leg yet.
Yeah, and it's not because people haven't had an opportunity, he's completely dominated the games. It's people who are not taking those opportunities against him. And when you're a player and you recognise that, you just start to think it's your day. I've been around dart players my whole life. There's some really quirky things I've heard people say. I've known people get to a venue before and thought they were going to win on the basis that all the lights was green on the way to the venue. So I'm sure Matt Dennett is starting to recognise this pattern, and he's probably going to be in a good position here to get himself into that final.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the results, Laura. Look, Group 2 was pretty simple, wasn't it, as you can see. In fact, every single match was 4-0. But that Group 1, there was quite a lot of nuance, a lot of drama towards the end, that 4-3 win for Tom Lonsdale.
Yeah, and you've just got to feel so bad for David. He would have been sat out the back. He would have watched Tom Lonsdale go into a 3-0 lead. And obviously, if he'd won 4-0, then it would have been David through. Then it all switched, and then Reece Robinson started to come back, made it 3-0. And if Reece had won, David would have gone through. And yeah, it was just heartbreak for him. But you've got to say kudos to Lonsdale for coming back, bouncing back. Absolutely fantastic. And, they both deserve their place in the semis.
Have either of you ever been in a similar position where you are sat in the back room watching on a TV screen and it's totally out of your control?
I think the best thing to sort of assess this by is sort of like a Q school, or when you're on the bubble for things like the Players' Championship or the World Championship, and you're sort of looking around other people's results and as well as your own. And as much as you say go there and set a target and get that first and then look around, you can't help yourself but not. My mind goes back to many years ago now, actually. Shows my age. And it was going for the World Grand Prix, Scott Rand and Steve Beaton. And Scott Rand won his game and then went over and watched Steve Beaton complete his game. Steve Beaton won, so then he went to get ready for his game again because there was only one game between the two. And as much as you say focus on your own, you know that your destiny might not always be in your hands.
I know for you, Laura, darts is a family affair. It's harder watching, it's true, isn't it?
Oh, it really is harder watching. And similar, like I've been in a situation where I've needed people to get results this year to be in the World Championships. I needed Bo Greaves to win in the World Masters final, and she did, unsurprisingly. But yeah, I think having, my husband plays and I watched him at the World Champs, and yeah, it's horrible. Much rather be in control. Just chuck me on the hockey. That's much more preferable to watching.
Yeah, well, the players left in the semi-finals now do have it in their own hands. Straight knockout stuff from here. Let's show you how the groups ended up in terms of the table. So Reece Robinson winning Group 1, Matthew Dennett winning Group 2 with Lonsdale and Taylor going through. Are either of you surprised to see any of these players in the Final Four?
No, I think on paper for me that actually would be the ones that that I would have put through. I think some of the results have maybe surprising. The 4-0s, I think David Davies just had one of those nights and just couldn't just rally. And very similarly with that Scott Taylor match against Dennett. The result doesn't surprise me, but the actual scoreline really does.
And as for you, I mean, you probably predicted something like this. You usually stand here and say you did. Is that the case?
Yeah, well, so far the final I predicted is still on. I did say it would be 4-2. and I'm going to raise that even higher now. I'm going to say there's going to be 3 180s in that match as well.
Okay, there we go. Another prediction from Matthew Egger. When he does get it wrong, please give him plenty of stick.
Yeah, I've written it down. I had the prediction. He actually forgot his own prediction. I had to remind him that it was still on.
Well, let's talk about each of the semi-finals in turn then. The first one between Rhys Robinson and Scott Taylor. They were the 2 joint favourites before tonight. What are you expecting from that?
Yeah, I think both are coming into this, on the back of a loss. So they're both going to kind of want to rally, prove they're here. They are the favourites. They're both former winners. I'm expecting higher standard. But again, every time I think that, then you can see the nerves and the tension creep in. So, yeah, I'm going to edge towards Scott Taylor because, again, he was my prediction at the start of the night. So I'm going to stick with that. But, yeah, any result is possible.
Can Rhys have a bit of more of a sort of serious head on now based on the fact that he did get pumped up in his last group game?
It could go one of 2 ways, and for me the fear is that Rhys Robinson may tail off a little bit because of that, because he put so much into that game, and it's a long night and you can't have all that adrenaline come through in one game. There is, whenever you get a spike of adrenaline, there's going to be a crash, and the question is, can he stay up there now and ride through that wave, or is he going to be in the back now just trying to calm himself down, which is a risky strategy when you're trying to get in and out of concentration.
And then Denon Lonsdale in that second semi-final. We saw Tom, even when he needed to go through, going for that bullseye again. Matt mentioned earlier it could come back to bite him. Do you think it could happen at the worst time, a semi or a final?
Quite possibly, but I think I've just decided that is the way he likes to play. He's got that route in his head. That is what he's going to do. If it pays off, it looks fantastic. If it doesn't, he's probably just been true to the way he's played. Apparently, when we hear from back home, that is the kind of routes he likes to take. But for me, safety first, play the probabilities. But it's working so far.
And that'll be the Denon approach, won't it? Tough nut to crack.
Yeah, I mentioned on commentary in his last game that I don't really associate Matty Denon with someone who's going to hit 100 average, then 100 average. He's someone that's always going to be around the 90, which is where his standard was this week. But tonight he's raised it a little bit more. He's not got through this stage before. He's been in the semi-final many times, can't get through. He wants to put that right, and he's playing the sort of darts tonight that's going to take some beating.
Right, we know what you think. What do you think? Who gets to the final and who wins?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go different now, just because for the sake of it. But I said Scott Taylor at the start. But yeah, I'm going to go. I'll back Lonsdale just to be different, so that when you're wrong, then I'm right. Then I can talk about it in comms.
Right, there we go. Battle in the comms box. Some battles on the stage coming as well. Robinson against Taylor, the first of our semi-finals. It's coming up very, very shortly indeed. And here on Saturday night, you may have noticed we've got a bit of an audience here at the Super Series, and you could be part of it. Yeah, if you do want to be here, just head to dartshop.tv and book your tickets for any of the Saturdays. And a reminder that on Champions Night, tickets are pretty much almost sold out, but you can still bag the final ones, and we are having a little bit of an extended after darty party, so do join us for that. But the action about to get underway in the semi-finals, so I will hand you back to our comms team of Matthew and Laura.
Semi-final time, and Scott Taylor is snarling on these practice starts. He wants to go better than he did last time. He has won a week here before, got himself through to Champions Week. He talked down that night, said it was rubbish. It was a semi-final position, only missing out to Luke Littler. And he's going to be taking on another former weekly winner here in Rhys Robinson, who beat Chaz Barstow in Series 4. Mr. Must See, the human highlight reel, Clutch Robbo, The Sugar. Many, many nicknames. Not one for Scott Taylor. The only name he wants right now is Week 11
Thank you, ladies
champion.
and gentlemen. First leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Jack Garwood, your referee for the semis and the finals. Reese Robinson, because he won his group, gets the advantage of throwing first here in the semi-final.
Yeah, and in the context of this match, it's a race to
100.
4. It can be really quick, really cutthroat. That advantage of throw can sometimes be massive.
57.
If not just for like the breakdown of play, but also the psychological element, because Scott Taylor knows he has to break somewhere, and you can get to a point where you sort of overestimate that problem.
81.
If you go back many years ago when Phil Taylor was dominating darts, he would win the ball and then give it to the opponent for that psychological warfare.
60.
And that's psychological on so many different levels, isn't it? Because you just think, what do you think, I'm not going to win? Phil Taylor, absolutely, an absolute master at it.
100.
He was the best player on and off the board. In terms of the best player on the board at the moment,
40.
Reese Robinson in the first 9 exchange. Scott Taylor yet to hit a treble, yet to settle in this one. He did lose 4-0 the last time he was on the stage, and
60.
that's where that up and down that I was potentially concerned about. When you're trying to turn it on like a light switch, we don't have that opportunity as
30.
humans to do that.
Reese, you require 160.
No, real dominance here from Robinson in the opener. But this is the other thing. Where you haven't got the throw, you don't
63.
panic yet at this early stage. I mean, I think Scott may be concerned that he's not finding the treble. Has now found one,
68.
but just doesn't
Reese
look as comfortable as what we saw in his
97.
opener.
I'm with you, though. You don't have to win every moment. You've just got to win the most. And this will just one moment that you should be able to bypass because Reese is throwing first. But
57.
when you're stood on a stage with cameras pointing at you, £5,000 on the line and a ticket to Champions Week, you don't think that clearly.
76. Reese, you require
No,
40.
I've often said it is a very lonely place when things start going wrong the stage.
Game shot on the first leg. Reese Robinson.
No problems there for Reese Robinson in holding his throw. After just one leg, a look of concern on the
Second
face
leg,
of
it's
Scott
Scott
Taylor.
to throw first.
And I don't
Game on.
think this is completely a concern of where the darts are landing. Yes, they're not landing where he wants them to.
60.
I think he's just not got the feel at the moment, which is the biggest concern. Because if you've got the feel for the dart and the weight for the dart, you know eventually it's going to come through. If you don't have that, that's when you start
97.
to panic.
Yeah, there is so much more to darts than just the throwing. Very mental game. And actually,
97.
go back to that interview that we saw at the beginning of the night from Scott Taylor. He said the biggest enemy of, the biggest threat for the night would be himself.
It's a horrible fight to have with yourself, because even when you win,
123.
you lose. Because you're fighting yourself.
140.
Just throwing them with a bit of aggression there.
It's better. And the first 10+ visit for Scott Taylor, which is, I know we're in the second leg in, but it's quite a big
60.
scorer.
Yeah, we are only the second leg in, but it's only a race to 4. So in the context of the format of this match, it's critical. These games at the Super Series average around about 10 minutes.
140.
You don't have long to find
Scott,
your best.
you require 144.
This would be some of his best. Double 12.
Game shot
Welcome
on
to
the
the
second leg,
semi-final, Scott Taylor.
Taylor.
You'll be wondering where that's been all along. But he's in. He's got something positive.
Third leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
A little bit of a bit friendly banter there. And that's just one of the things with darts, isn't it? You can be struggling. You can just maybe not, like you say, not feeling it, and then produce a shot
43.
like that.
And that just takes the heat out of the situation as well. We've seen many different players use different things to help take the heat out of the moments. And I'm using the word
60.
heat, and that brings me to Damon Hetteru. We see doing some funky walk-ons at the moment, but he reckons that really helps him sort of relax into the environment.
I have to say his walk-ons, I know
41.
they divide opinion, but I am a fan. I got to see, you know, the fireman walk-on most recently.
139.
The World Grand Prix. Even had a fire extinguisher, didn't he?
Yeah, but it blew out bubbles, which I thought was just so tame and so cute.
100. $132.
Starting to come to life now. Scotty T, who was the favourite to win this week before a dart was thrown. And then it sort of flip-flopped around throughout the week as various people have come in and out of form.
Scott, you require 170.
This could be the most
85.
significant leg of the match, because this is Scott Taylor now coming back to the board for 85 to break the throw of Reece Robinson. But Reece is going to be sat waiting.
145. Scott, you require 85.
Well, this for the break. Leaves him double 5.
Game shot on the third
That
leg.
is some clutch
Scott
finishing there
Taylor.
from Scott Taylor.
That's a big dart, because when he left double 5, I feared for him. I thought he'd been better off on the ball, because every time he's gone for double 5 this week, he's pulled it low.
Game on.
That, for me, is a big, big moment there for Scott Taylor and a good sign for him moving forward.
140.
It's just a complete flip from the first kind of leg and a half for Scott. That 144, it just seemed to be the catalyst that's just absolutely lit a firework underneath him.
We said it during that first leg. It's about not panicking. It's about realising that Reece Robinson had the throw and he didn't have to break him in that one. He'd have more opportunities. He's actually broke him at the next opportunity.
140.
And now he's motoring. The game is coming to life.
$41.
Daylight appearing between the two players.
100.
And he's now wincing at tons.
$41.
Once
Scott, you require
it's one of those shots that
121.
players, they practice so often.
$101.
Nearly added that to the 144 he's already took out in this one, but he's got a sizable gap in the scoring department in this game.
77.
And when things start going wrong for you,
Scott,
things
you
like that
require
happen, and it just
20.
amplifies the problem. There's that double 5.
10.
Well, at least it wasn't low. He may come back and split this one and look at the 2 for the double 4.
140. Scott, you require 10.
Robinson now breathing down his neck, opts to go for it. So double 1.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And
Scott
again,
Taylor.
see the reaction there. That was a massive dart. Double 1 is pretty much no player's favourite.
Fifth leg, it's
I'm going
Reece
to
to
make an
throw
observation
first.
here at the moment. I think
Game on.
Reece Robinson's too deliberate. It feels slower. The action, the approach. It feels like he's trying to make sure, and by trying to make sure, he's
140.
being a bit wayward. He's not trusting his own process at the moment.
60.
For Scott Taylor, this goes back to the philosophy of that first leg where you don't have to win this one. This one's a bit of a bonus. If you was to pinpoint a moment to win it, it would be the next leg at 3-2 when you would be throwing first. And ideally, wouldn't be on the back of 2 140s from Reece Robinson.
45. $140.
But this is a solid reply from Reece Robinson. 3 140s
90.
on the spin, 81
Reece
after just
require
9.
81. $49.
They're going to like it. It's sensible. I think Reece Robinson in Group A would have probably opted for the 12-ball route.
96.
Yeah, I fully agree.
Reece require 32.
However, this is not the same situation. This isn't the group where if you lose, you can recover the situation. This is the semi-final.
Game shot on the
This
fifth
is where
leg. Reece
the
Robinson.
prize money jumps. Prize money, in fact, doubles for winning this game. Doubling your week's work.
Sixth leg. It's
in Scott Taylor's case,
first.
for just winning one
Game
leg
on.
of darts.
Yeah, and again, this is big.
81.
In this situation, Scott Taylor would be more than happy with just hitting a treble every single visit to the board. It will give him an opportunity, provided Reece doesn't go out in 12. Minimum requirement fulfilled again.
140.
He actually goes one better.
And when Scott Taylor's first dart goes in or just slightly above that treble 20, uses it as such a good guide. Follows him in really well.
94.
Sometimes you don't even need to look at the dartboard, do you? Just look at the right-hand side of the screen and watch Scott Taylor's face, and he'll tell you what it's in. He's literally reacting to and living every single dart and moment in this match.
100.
Yeah, there are some dart players that will make better poker players than others.
100.
We have a dart player called Poker Face, didn't we? Magnus Karras from Sweden, no longer plays darts. Reece Robinson won't be throwing any more darts if Scott Taylor takes out this 140.
Scott, you require 140.
Another. He'd be more than happy with just hitting a ton
100.
and setting this up. Over to Reece
Reece, you
Robinson
require
for potentially a
150.
weak saving shot.
Yeah, not going to go. So Scott Taylor back for tops for the match.
69. Scott, you require 40. Game shot and the
In the
match.
battle of
Scott
the two
Taylor.
players that came into tonight as the favourites, it's Scott Taylor who will be going through to the final. A 4-2 victory over Reece Robinson here in the semi-final books his place to a third final. Can he follow up the heroics of when he beat Andy Bolton with 109.31? He'll have to do that against either Matt Dennant or Tom Lonsdale, who's coming up in our next semi-final.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Well, the ticket that Matt Dennant is trying to book is one way to Champions Week. If he can get the better of Tom Lonsdale in this semi-final, he'll reach the final against Scott Taylor. Dennant hasn't dropped a leg yet, but Tom Lonsdale actually beat Dennant in both of their fixtures when they met in Group B over the last couple of nights. So a really interesting dynamic to this darting duel, and talking you through it, a darting duo, Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Tom Lonsdale on debut in the semi-final, exceeding expectation, his own expectations. But can he get past Matty Dennant, who's looking to get a place in the final? 3 times a semi-finalist. He's hoping to put that right and put himself into the final where Scott Taylor is waiting. For Tom, it's been...
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
He had that game with Reece Robinson that saw him qualify. He was 3-0 up in that one. Reece Robinson came back to 3-3. And Tom Lonsdale won the deciding leg,
96.
the biggest leg of the week so far. And he found some of his best darts.
60.
Yeah, I guess it's a case of not just third time lucky for Matt Dennant into getting past this stage, but also getting past Tom Lonsdale.
180.
On statistics, which by the time a semi-final comes around, it doesn't matter
85.
about statistics. It doesn't really matter about the past. But looking back through the night, Matty Dennant has been the most solid and consistent performer out of anybody. Not just because he's won 4-0, 4-0, but because
135.
he's been over that 90 average, like he has been for most of the week.
Well, you said it earlier, it's
59.
just his level of consistency. He has that level. We know he can find higher levels, but he just maintains it.
And he had time on his hands there,
54.
so he gets the opportunity to try and leave the double he wants. He's trying to leave the double 16s, ended up on the 18s.
97. Matt, you require 36.
After 12 darts, it's double 18 for Matty Dennant. Edging closer.
No score.
3 well-thrown darts all on the wire. But with Tom Lonsdale not finding his scoring boots in this opening leg and Matty Dennant finding a max,
121.
it's bought him an
Matt,
opportunity to be able to have missed that first visit.
Game shot on the first leg. Matt
doesn't
Dennant.
miss on that occasion. So 16 dart opening hold, a throw there for Matt Dennant.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
When we first got here on Monday, I like to pull players in who
100
we've not seen before, or we don't have a lot of data about. We haven't seen them playing on things like the Pro Tours. Because you can look at numbers and you can look at stats and you can look at results, but it doesn't quite bring it to life about that person. I had a really good chat with Tom Lonsdale on Monday. And he said that he's been trying to get here to the Super Series before.
100.
He missed out in the final game to qualify for here in the last series. And this was a goal to get here, and now he's here. His target was to do something and do enough
95.
so he could get an invite to come back. I think on debut, reaching the semi-final and providing us the entertainment he has would at least guarantee that
96.
goal.
Yeah, and he's had some really standout performances. I think for some players, it's just how they're going to react on the stage. Until you actually get the opportunity to go
98.
up in front of cameras, to actually play on a stage, you never quite know how you're going to react to the situation.
And what I like about Tom is he's reacted to it by being himself.
123.
He's doing the things that he believes in,
Whether or not we do, or whether or not our followers do,
135.
he believes in that way and he's stuck to
82.
it and he's stuck to his process. He's done it his way. The Sinatra of the Super Series.
Game shot on the second leg. Tom
And a
Lonsdale.
mighty fine finish. He continues to impress. High quality semi-final here.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
And I think throughout tonight, I've seen moments where Tom Lonsdale, his head
60.
kind of looks like he's struggling. But what I've liked, especially in that win over Robinson, what I've liked is how he can rally.
180.
He's rallying hard. He's still going. And that's been a big feature of his game this week as well. The maximums, the 180s.
140.
When we look back to his
97.
Group A campaign, he hit 15 maximums. In Group B, he hit 10. 25 maximums across his
60.
debuting group campaigns.
Yeah, had the had
108.
for the tonight. Okay, check that.
You've got to be quick with Tom Lonsdale. He hits them fast, he throws them fast.
100.
And he's making a move here on the Matty Dennett throw.
44.
Just 9 darts. To set himself up on the 44.
28.
But he'll fancy his
Matt, you
opportunity
require
here to return. Matty
141.
Dennett's going to have to find 2 trebles. As a player, you sort of stand behind expecting that visit, but
43.
it can often burn
Tom, you
you.
require 16. Game shot on the third leg. Tom
Yeah,
Lonsdale.
well thrown second dart there, and here's a breaker thrown. If you put yourself in Matt Dennett's shoes, he's obviously come
Fourth
through
leg,
those group
it's Tom to
stages.
throw
He
first.
hasn't dropped
Game
a
on.
leg. Dropped his first 2 here, but he's been in this position before. He's lost
95.
twice to Tom Lonsdale. He's lost twice in the semi-final stages. At which point do you start thinking about that, or are you?
Maybe when Tom Lonsdale hit the second 180 in the last
140.
leg would have been that point. Oh, here we go again. There's something about me that he just likes playing, and you get that. You get certain players
97.
that just enjoy playing, and sometimes it comes down to the pace or the rhythm or just the aura that comes off of that match.
100.
And I'm not even going to say
100.
the fear I'd have for Tom is getting closer to the finishing line. Does he cross it? Because I've seen no fear from Tom Lonsdale to suggest that's going to be a problem. He is a very confident player.
140.
No, I'd say the only slight exception potentially just could have been the being 3-0 up against
60.
Robinson, but
Matt,
when it
you
got
require
3-0 and it really was just,
121.
you know, if you had to win the leg, again, crosses that line, no problem.
And I don't think it's because he's a very
53.
brash, sort of
Tom, you require
over-the-top,
149.
swagger, confident sort of player. I think it's just because he breaks it down and he realises that at the end of the
60.
day, this is just
Matt,
a
you
game of
require
darts.
68.
It's not life or death. Bit wayward.
Game
Great
shot on the fourth
recovery.
leg. Matt Dennett.
It happens so often as well when you stood at the back of the stage and you're watching your opponent play and they miss by so far, you think, oh, I've got a chance here. He's feeling it.
leg,
And then
it's
they
Matt
make
to
that
throw
huge
first.
adjustment.
Game on.
And you're back behind the ball again. It's 2-2, level game. But Matt Dennett's got that throw straight back.
180.
Yeah, a well-timed second 180 there for Matt Dennett. As we quite often say,
140.
A break is only really a break if you can hold your throw next leg, and back at a level game here.
I thought we was on there because them darts were sat beautifully in the treble. 5 into the 9, but
60.
I don't think Matt Dennett's going to be too bothered about 9 darters. He's just bothered about legs right now. He mentioned that in his interview. He said he's not flash. He just wants to win.
55. 96. Matt, you require
So
126.
Doesn't have to go for it here. It's got at least 6 darts.
Didn't go for that, tried to leave the double 12.
90.
Coming away from the 19s. Sets himself up again after just 12 darts.
140.
There will be
Matt, you
severe
require
urgency on this
36.
situation because Tom Lonsdale has got an opportunity to break the throw.
Game
If
shot on
Matty
the
Dennett
fifth
doesn't take
leg,
this.
Matt Dennett.
Doesn't take this. Matty Dennett says, no problem, a 13 darter.
6th leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
No, it's been a real big, not comeback as such, but at 2-1 down.
139.
And I had some worries creeping in about Matt Dennett, but he really has come back very, very strong.
$60.
I don't want to jinx it because I'm enjoying this game quite a lot, but it does have the
57.
feel of one of those games that's going to go the distance.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with Matt
59.
Dennett struggling to hit a treble here on the Lonsdale throw. He's got 80 points plus what's in his hand.
140.
Yeah, I just thought that slight glance after that second treble 20 went in. Tom Lonsdale just checking the score and obviously felt confident he was going to get another treble.
108.
Well, the other thing is, with Matty Dennett hitting his 3rd maximum of this game, it's still not affected the fact that Dennett hasn't left a finish. So
65.
it wasn't quite a slip because there wasn't nothing Dennett could do to really punish the situation there. But he'd probably been hoping that he'd have left better than a ton.
96. Tom, you require 100.
Take us all the way. 2 darts at tops.
Game
Only
shot on the
needs
6th
the one
leg.
smack
Tom
bang in the middle.
Lonsdale.
There is literally no fear from Tom Lonsdale. He is here on debut. He wanted to be
7th
here.
and final
He is
leg.
here.
It's Matt to
He's
throw
showing us
first.
what he can do.
Game on.
Can he get through to the final? He needs one more leg, but he's going to have to break the throw of Matty Dennett.
58.
Yeah, and Dennett not able to find a treble on that opening throw, and Tom Lonsdale straight in, and again. What a start to this deciding leg.
As soon as the first treble went in, his heart rate would have gone up. The second one went in, he'd got excited. Now, he's going to be hopeful. In 3 darts, he's broke the 6 exchange from Matty Dennett. But he's got to back that up. He needs to find
59.
Yeah, first 2 darts blocked there, switched to the 19s, but couldn't find a treble.
$82.
The heart rates will be coming through the roof of the players now.
43.
Matty Dennett's not got to the final here. He's not got past this stage. But he's 261 points away from doing so.
Yeah, as that finishing line just encroaches, just kind of feel that pressure, that tension creeping in.
59.
And for Tom Lonsdale, he opened with a max and then he's not found a treble since. 9 darts now without a big power scoring visit or dart even.
57. Tom, you require 160.
That's one of the most awkward finishes on the dartboard, the 119.
80.
Lonsdale is sat
Matt,
ready
you
to
require
strike.
119.
119 points away from a place in the final against Scott Taylor. Treble 20. Won't go. Tom Lonsdale had
59.
dreamt about this moment
Tom, you
when he came
require
here on
80.
Monday morning.
Tops for the match.
40.
And that was
Matt, you
thrown like
require
tops for the
60.
match. The nerves.
Well, that dream he would have had on Monday morning as he was coming to the venue might be a nightmare. Tops for Dennett.
Game shot.
And a
the
high-quality
Matt Dennant.
match between the two players ends in victory for Dennant. A 4-3 victory over Tom Lonsdale, who has mightily impressed here on debut. A semi-final performance. He's gave us some big moments, 113, 102, and some really funky finishing on the ball. I hope to see you soon, Tom, here again at the Super Series. But someone we're going to be seeing here at the Super Series very soon is going to be Matt Dennant, because he is through to our final, where he will be taking on Scotty Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final is now set for week 11, and it's a final that, well, one of these pundits predicted. Go on, say it, I told you so.
I don't like I told you so, so I'll go with what I said before. Didn't I say that this would be the final? I did also say it'd be 4-2 to Scott Taylor. I then raised it the last time I came on and said there'll be 3 180s, so I feel like I'll go raise it again. It's going to be 1 on tops.
Have you seen anything that would make you differ from that prediction?
No, not really, not now. You know, he seems to be seems to be getting it right at the moment. You know, I won't possibly commit to the 3 180s and the finishing on tops, but yeah, I'd stick to even my original prediction, which was a Scott Taylor win.
Well, let's talk about those semi-finals, because Scott Taylor, I mean, he started quite slowly and then suddenly sparked into life with a fabulous 144 checkout.
Yeah, sometimes when it's a bit flat for you, like it was for Scott Taylor. He didn't have the weight of the dart. He was losing the lie, a lot of fives, a lot of ones, spraying them all over. And I was getting a little bit concerned, even after that sort of short format in the game. But like Laura said at that point, it's not a leg he needed to win. It was a throw for his opponent. So it sort of gave him time to settle into it. That 1-4-4 completely turned the game around.
And he'd lost his previous match 4-0. He did go on and win the game, cross the line. Do you think that group game now is completely out of his head?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, it is against the same person. So, revenge may be coming into mind. But yeah, I think the whole idea of the group stages is just to make the final. I don't think you feel the same kind of urgency when you know you've already qualified. You've done what you've set out to do. So sometimes you just cannot force that adrenaline. But now you're in the final, there's a big check, but there's an even bigger prize of Champions Week. So to me, completely different.
Yeah, he's no stranger actually to finals. He's won on this stage before, averaged 109 in a final and winning as well. But Matt Dennen is a stranger to making the final. So what did you make of his performance and that match in the semis?
Really, really good. And he was really under it as well. Tom Lonsdale, fantastic week, by the way, that Tom Lonsdale's had. To come here as a debutant and to get as close as he has to getting through to the final. Disappointed as he walked off the stage again. Great to see, because he kind of expected more, even if he didn't say he did. But Matty Dennett was under pressure the entire game, and he came through that with a couple of darts in hand at the end after Tom Lonsdale missed a match dart.
Yeah, and missed it by a distance, didn't he? Did we see the difference in a bit of experience with the composure that Dennen had? A similar kind of shot, a dart blocking tops, but he managed to find a way in.
Yeah, I think so. I think as well, there was just this real determination from Matt. Okay, yeah, Tom did miss a match dart, did kind of fly away from him. But yeah, I think for Matt Dennen, he's been in that situation twice before. It just seemed to have that extra grit and came back from being 2-1 down, came through, won the match, and like I say, experience, and probably experience of losing to try and push you into that final.
Yeah, it's two familiar faces in the final, but we've had some really exciting debutants this week, Tom Lonsdale among them.
Tom Lonsdale, fantastic what he's done. David Schlichting as well. I think the pair of them have been very entertaining, and they've not just been entertaining, but they've also shown some really good darts at time. Very fitting of the Super.
Yeah, last time Fallon Sherritt was here, she produced that history-making 9-darter, the first by a woman on TV. Is it annoying that she's always the first, or does it do great things for the women's game?
No, not annoying from my point of view. It's fantastic. It's great to see her and then other players getting those opportunities to showcase what women have been shouting from the rooftops for quite a while. But yeah, Fallon seems to be that one that does it first, and the rest of us just try and follow and keep up with her.
Yeah, but she's just part of what is an absolutely brilliant lineup for the final week of qualifying for Champions Week. Steve West, Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, all players that have got great histories in the game. Matthew Edgar, if you're so good at predicting things, pick one out of that lot.
Do I have to?
Yes.
That's a very tricky week. Robert Thornton keeps knocking on the door. And when he gets to Saturday night, he doesn't produce the goods. He's aware of that. I did exhibition with him not too long ago, before he came down here last time, and he said, it's about time I did it. Maybe it is time that Robert Thornton did it. And he's going into a tricky week. And sometimes that actually is a good thing. When you go into a week you look at and think that's opportunity, or I should be winning that, it has a different vibe about it. This is one he knows he needs to come here and work hard to get through. And I think he'll come with a proper game head on.
Well, one of those 12 and one of tonight's final 2, they will make up the final places in Champions Week. Here are the players that have made it so far. I had a chat with Laura earlier, Matt. Who do you think is the standout player from the 10 that are there so far?
There's only one name for me if you're looking for a standout name, that's Darrell Pilgrim. What he's been doing this past weekend, or this past week, over on the PDC Pro Tour, Michael Smith, and doing that when Michael Smith averaged 110. So it shows the quality that Darrell Pilgrim's got. He's broke records in this arena, and for me, he's the man to beat, absolutely.
He agreed with you, Laura. That's nice, isn't it? Finally.
Makes a change, doesn't it? No.
Yeah, Conan Whitehead, also a former winner. Now, a lot of the talk had been about Luke Littler in this series doing the hat-trick. But if Whitehead wins, he's also got 2 titles. I think that week sort of looks like an opportunity for someone, maybe even who wins tonight. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely, because there are a lot of debutants. There were people that won weeks that we perhaps didn't expect to beforehand. As Matt just said, Daryl Pilgrim, definitely the standout player, but darts is still on the day, and Conan is a previous champion, and I think he's going to want to add that title. He's hungry for more, and we always know that with Conan. He likes to come up here and kind of own the stage. But yeah, he's got to have his hands full with that kind of lineup.
Right, let's have some final words on tonight's final, the match that's about to happen here. Two players who've looked like they're going to get to this stage. Matthew Dennett not really troubled till the semis. Scott Taylor lost a match that didn't really matter. How does Dennett break your prediction and win it? How can he do that?
Keep doing what he's doing, because he is the performer of the night according to statistics, and he's winning sort of all the little moments and battles throughout the games, and he's showing a lot of bottle and character. If he keeps doing what he's doing, he's going to be very hard to beat. It's going to be a tough task for Scott Taylor, but we know what Scott Taylor can do in these finals. I keep going back to the Andy Bolton game where Andy Bolton came into that the favourite and went off after being hit with 109 average.
And last word to you, do you think that it is kind of made for Taylor to produce that kind of performance? We haven't seen something electrifying yet tonight. Do you think it could happen in the final?
Yeah, well, if you're going to save your best, you might as well save it for the very last match. I mean, ultimately, averages, they don't put them on trophies. Someone did tell me this. But, if he's going to produce it, then he kind of needs to produce it now because, as Matt just said, with Dennett, he's never very far behind. And if you do miss, he has been stepping in and taking those opportunities.
Right, the talking is over. The players are preparing to come out and play on the final. Two more places up for grabs at Champions Week, and one of them will go tonight here at the MODUS Super Series. It is the MODUS Super Series, Series 5, Week 11 final, and it's Matthew Dennett in his first final after failing in the semi-finals the last couple of times against Scott Taylor, back in a final once again. Once averaged 109, put in a stunning performance, made it to Champions Week. Can he do it again, or can Dennett get there for the first time? Let's find out in the company of Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
He didn't just make Champions Week, he made the semi-finals at Champions Week, and he said this afternoon that he wants to go and put that right. First of all, he's got to earn the right, and to do that, he's got to get past the Scholar, a two-time PDC Challenge Tour champion from Walsall, a man who knows how to get over the line, but has not got over the line. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on!
In this arena. Is tonight the night?
$100.
It definitely is an interesting kind of battle. Obviously, Dennett, as we've mentioned before, this is new territory for him, but he's just been probably the most consistent player over, the matches that we've seen him play.
New territory for him in terms of the Super Series, but
58.
He's been in finals many, many times before, and he's showing that composure of a guy who's done this a million times before.
137.
Certainly a lively start.
140.
I guess with Taylor, it's just a case of carrying on how he finished off in that last match. Very tentative start in the semi-final for Taylor, but did find some form after that magnificent 144 checkout.
133. Matt, you require
the good thing for Matty Dennett at the moment is that first dart keeps going in the treble 20. Until now, of course.
Curse of the commentator.
44.
But when that first
Scott,
dart
you
goes
require
right, it just settles you
70.
in for the rest of the visit because you know you've got your minimum requirement.
30. Matt, you require 40. Game shot on
I
the
think that was a
first
good
leg.
miss there for
Matt
Matty
Dennett.
Dennett because that first dart actually looked a bit awkward. He's got quite a bulbous barrel and some of it was, because the dart was so close, hanging over the double.
Second leg, it's
which
Matt
could
to
have
throw
caused
first.
more deflection if he would
Game
have gone
on.
above the double. I think that was an ideal miss.
Yeah, and I think it's just another case in point that
100.
when Scott Taylor missed, okay, just the one dart at double, Matt Dennett is there behind, ready to sweep up, and that was a breakthrough.
95.
I don't want it to sound as a negative when I say that Matt Dennett's one pace, because he seems to be one pace at a very good pace. And to beat him, you've got to go above that. To beat Matt Dennett, to get the win, you have to actually beat him. He's not going to give you any opportunities. And every single leg is going to be competitive. He is one of those players that are just so horrible to have to try and play.
100.
I think we've all had it. You get into a situation, you almost hope that your opponent drops off, which is not the right way round to do it. You want to be hoping that you can pick up the standard.
Matt, you require 161.
And this is some standard.
136. Scott, you require
Nearly
86.
the 161, and it might have to have gone because Scott Taylor, double 8 to break the throw.
Game shot on the second leg, Scott Taylor.
What a final. We're getting Scott Taylor, Andy Bolton vibes all over again.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Two players with plenty of pedigree, who've achieved good things around the world of darts.
29.
And likely to achieve plenty more. I'm sure both these players will be going to Q School with ambitions of getting that PDC tour card. But they could be going there with a sizable amount of money in the pocket if they can get through this one.
Yeah, first 180 of the match there for Matty Dennett.
40.
And it's almost like that 86 checkout from Scott Taylor. It's really fired him up, but perhaps a bit too much.
140.
You get that rush of adrenaline sometimes, and it's hard to control.
And then you're trying to over-egg, essentially, trying to hold on to your throw.
96.
You sort of over-pressurise the situation. You overthink. Matty Dennett's in a complete free-flowing mode right now.
105.
He's playing at near record average. And not his record, the venue record.
57.
The series
Matt, you require
record.
76.
Double 8.
Game shot on the third leg,
Yeah,
Matt
that
Dennett.
was a really, really well-placed start because, as you said, it was just hanging over slightly and had to move across. But that's another
Fourth leg,
break
it's
of
Matt
throw.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, all three legs so far going with the breaks. Back-to-back 12 darters there, one apiece.
100.
But unlike when Scott Taylor hit his 12 darter, Matty Dennett starting with a ton. Is this the moment where Matty Dennett might be able to
60.
put a bit of daylight between the two?
It's a bit of an irony there as well. Matt Dennett hit that 76 checkout and his average actually went down quite significantly.
140.
Not that he'll be thinking about that or worrying about that at all.
He's a very sizable average as well at the moment for Matty Dennett, 114.
140.
It's quite funny actually because we were talking about whether Scott Taylor could reproduce what he showed us before when he won here. Looks like Matt Dennett's trying to take that mantle.
How dare I say he was potentially one paced, eh? I think sometimes I should just shut up because as soon as I mention something, someone just goes and changes the whole game.
Absolutely. The curse of the commentator is
78.
real and alive.
$42.
It was a famous song, wasn't this? Save your best for last. I think Matty Dennett's took it as advice.
100.
Timing from Scott Taylor.
Matt, you
That
require
now forces the issue for
160.
Matty Dennett. The 160 felt like he had time. Now it feels like a must hit, and that's why there's so much air between where the treble is and where the dart landed.
55. Scott, you require 43.
Tops for a level game. And
Game
a
shot on a 4 flag,
break of
Scott
throw
Taylor.
in a row. Normally when you get a game like this where two players are playing at such a high standard, it's normally, can anyone break the throw? We've got the opposite. Can anyone hold?
5th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, looks deep in thought there, Matty Denon.
140.
And that's a solid start with the darts for Scott Taylor.
96.
I questioned it last time. Is this the moment Matty Denon starts to stamp a bit of authority? This is now Scott Taylor's opportunity
59.
to do so. Neither player really able to grab a hold of this game.
And you get matches like this that really seesaw between the two players. You just don't have a lot of time to kind of get your nose in front when it is just a race to 4.
And everything just seems so much more amplified. Everything just seems
41.
more important. You don't feel like you've got that time. Because you don't.
$95.
Advantage Denon. Nearly 100 points on the first 9 exchange. Needs to come down. And that just shows clarity
79.
of thought, but not the application.
Matt, you require 170. $58.
Yeah, and you can see that frustration. Wanted more from that.
Does only need 1 treble, though, to get a shot at the double.
83.
And it'll be the same equation for
Matt, you
Scott Taylor,
require
despite the fact he's come under
112.
the 100 and left the ice cream. Lovely lie, that, for Matty Denon. He'll be disappointed not to have found.
88. Scott, you require 99.
Vital for Scott Taylor. The ball. Oh,
Game
what a
shot on the
finish for
5th
Scott
leg,
Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
It's not the way anyone would have predicted, but for the first time in this game, possibly at the most important time, we have a hold of throw. Matty
6th
Denon
leg, it's Matt to
sat
throw first.
waiting on
Game
double
on.
12 to break the throw and now be throwing first for the match. Scott Taylor saves his bacon with a Topson bull. Quality.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous stuff.
59.
When you take out shots like that, you just have a little glance at the trophy, don't you? And you think, you're coming home with me.
100.
He'll be eyeballing that every time he comes back now, thinking my fingerprints are going to be all over that soon.
80.
Yeah, but that's the other thing. You can't let that thought run away with you. Still got a job to do.
94. $140.
Yeah, and that goes back to that first dart that you mentioned earlier. When it's in, it just looks like the others are going to follow.
59.
Matt Denon looking to follow in the footsteps of Scott Taylor, who had the first hold of throw in the last leg.
137.
Sets it up beautifully. Taylor would have been thinking max or... Said, okay,
57.
I've got the throw in the final one. He got that by
Matt,
winning
you
the
require
bullseye.
85.
The only bull up that we have here at the Super Series all week. Doesn't need to go 16 and bull. But he has left it in a very
67.
tricky area of the board. I don't know a single player who I've ever spoke to in my life who says, my favourite double is double 9.
Yeah, no, me neither. Not the way that I would like to leave. So possibly a switch to get back onto double 8.
59. Matt, you require 18.
Because if you come inside on double 9, then things do get very awkward.
Game shot under 6th flag. Matt
What we're talking
Denon.
about.
No problems. And in the way that this game has gone, all things fair and considered, I'm glad
7th
it's gone
and
to our
final
last
leg.
leg.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
But this is where what we were speaking about in that group stage earlier on, where that winning the group gets you the advantage of the throw. This is where it really amplifies.
Oh
my.
Yeah, second 180 of the match, but what a time to get it.
96.
Yeah, and you feel that was an important last dart there for Scott Taylor.
Reminder, the winner of this leg
96
will be awarded the trophy, £5,000 and a place in Champions Week.
57.
All hinged on this one leg of darts, for which, after 6 darts, Matty Dennant's outscored the 9 of Scott Taylor.
95.
Yeah, was unlucky there. Just pulled it into the treble 5, but down to 130 after just 9 and a chance for the match.
60. Matt, you require 130.
Needs a treble. But yeah, has time,
94.
So we'll be back.
$42. Matt, you require 36.
So double 18 for the match. Double 9.
18. Scott, you require
What did we say
146.
about no one liking double 9 is over there again. But can Scott Taylor land the biggest blow at the biggest time? He took out a 144 in the semi-final that turned it. The 146 will not go. So Dennant will get more
88.
weekly winning darts.
Matt, you require 18. Game. Shot.
And there you have it.
And
there
the MODUS
is
Super
your
Series
weekly
Week 11 champion,
Matt
Dennant.
Dennant takes out 18, beating Scott Taylor 4 legs to 3. Absolutely outstanding performance throughout the night, throughout the week. Matt Dennant has been fabulous. And there you can see your averages. 98.62 for Matt Dennant, 86.48. But 60% on doubles for Scott Taylor, 30% for Matty Dennant. But it doesn't matter. It's that scoreline that counts. 4-3 to Matt Dennant over Scott Taylor. Yeah, and we can go over to Chris Murphy, who is with your champion.
Yeah, he's receiving his applause right now. Matthew Dennant, congratulations. Look, you've been here a few times on finals nights. First of all, talk us through that semi-final, because that was the hurdle you'd fallen at before. How were you feeling in that? It was the closest match of the night.
I felt all right until I went 3-2. It was 3-2 down, I think it was. I felt all right up until that point, and I just thought, just try to go. And he missed a dart. Top still need to beat me, and I just took my chance. And it was kind of relief after being in that situation a couple of times before and finally getting over the line. So, yeah, grateful with that one.
Up until that point, you'd not lost a leg.
I
You
know.
must have been feeling really comfortable.
Yeah, I thought I'd try and do 16-0 on the night. It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course. And you told us last night as well, of course, that you've just had a newborn.
Yeah.
So obviously a little boost for you as well.
Yeah, massively. And it was kind of almost a free shot this week because of, as I said yesterday when we were chatting, come off the back of not massive practice. So I felt myself taking the chances when they were there. Tonight I played steady enough. I didn't really leave much out there, if that makes sense. I just there and took the shots.
You've been a regular here at the Super Series. What does it mean to you to finally cross the line and win a finals night, get to a Champions Week?
Personally, I feel like it's about time. I feel like I should have probably done it beforehand, but to actually get over the line and get to Champions Week and play for the big prize and life-changing money and that type of thing, it's massive.
Yeah, you finally crossed that semi-final hurdle. Then you play a final against Scott Taylor, who has been here, has done it before, has produced some staggering performances in finals. What was your thought process before and during the final?
Well, I knew the result from the group stage. It was irrelevant because we were both through at the time. So I won that game 4-0, but it didn't mean anything going into this. So I knew it was a straight knockout game. And me and Scott we've played them a stacks of times over the years in different events, competitions. So I just knew it was straight knockout, and that treated it that way, like it was just a stand-up final.
And just finally, it's Champions Week is only a couple of weeks away, one more week of qualifying. I mean, first of all, have you qualified just to get out of changing nappies? And secondly, do you think it's a good time to win going in form?
I don't think Amy will be happy about that. She'll having another week changing the nappies, but yeah, you're going in on the back.
He did, but at the same aspect, I'm also going to just save myself a little bit here and say when we got to Group B, first thing I said up on that balcony when we saw Matty Dennett in this group was, how does this guy not have a PDC tour card? And I said that our viewers are going to be pleasantly surprised with the standards that Matty Dennett can hit and consistently hit throughout this week. A very, very worthy winner. And you've been asking all the time for names for potential Champions Week. I think we've just put another one at the front four.
That good? You think that Scott Taylor will see this as an opportunity missed, not just for tonight, but for Champions Week, and that he goes amongst the favourites, Matt Dennett?
Scott Taylor didn't do anything wrong. It's not like Scott Taylor turned up there and underperformed and can go away and be disappointed with himself. He just ran into a great performance there from Matty Dennett. When it comes down to it and you get to that last leg shootout and he hits a 180, that's just quality darts, and sometimes you just got to take it on the chin and know there's going to be another day, and Scott Taylor will have plenty more days.
And what timing as well, as we were just discussing with him in a couple of ways. Of course, just had a newborn child. The money will come in handy, I'm sure. I could get a bit more of it. But you've spoken about this. Winning later in the series must be beneficial.
Nothing feels as good as winning something. And whatever it is, as soon as you win something, you just get this buzz and this aura about you. It doesn't last too long. It sort of lasts about 3 or 4 days, and then it starts to die down again, and you sort of come back to reality. He's not going to have that, because by the time he gets to come back to reality, it's time to get back down here again. So this is the perfect time to win, and the style in which he did it, he didn't stumble over the line. He did it with quality.
Well, thanks for joining us this week. Thanks for being almost always right, but I'm sure you'll be happy with the weekly winner. And you did give a few tips about him as well. We'll see you again soon. We'll see you again soon as well. The action in the final week of qualifying for Champions Week gets back underway on Monday, 9:30 a.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV, and for viewers around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But in the penultimate week, it was delight for Denon. Good night.